Greetings, viewers and
Hello,
listeners.
I'm Brendan,
Oh
he, him,
no.
and I play.
Shut up, Brendan. Greetings, viewers and listeners. Welcome to Heroes of Thylea, an actual play show and podcast produced by Lionhead Gaming. This production is the Lionhead Gaming version of Odyssey of the Dragon Lords, an epic 1 to 20 adventure book for D&D 5th edition created by Arcanum Worlds. A blend of classic fantasy with Greek mythology to create an epic saga of an adventure, combined with my own changes to create something unique and wonderful that I hope both you and my excellent cast of very close friends enjoy. And so, with that, I want to let the cast reintroduce themselves and their characters. Now you can speak, Brendan. Go ahead.
Sophia, the Stygian philosophy wizard. We are all just pawns in a game of which we do not understand the rules.
Hi, I'm Nikki, they, them, and I play Impheria, the nymph Amazonian ranger. Dragons. There's just such awe-inspiring creatures.
I'm Mel, she, her, and I play Nyx, the nymph prophecy cleric.
I've spent centuries asking questions, and the only ones who have ever answered me are the stars.
Hey, how's it going? I'm Peter, my pronouns are he, him, and I play Atreus, the human hoplite fighter. Remember what has been lost. Fight for what hasn't been.
I'm Adelaide Gardner, and I play Albacars Florakis, the Gorgon Oracle's Envoy Shadow Sorcerer. I hope you're not expecting me to do all these for free, no?
Indeed. Now, as is common with D&D games, and I think relatively common even with burgeoning D&D streams and shows and actual plays, etc., life often gets in the way. Now, Heroes of Thylea is looking to continue its show and podcast for the foreseeable future, but if anything changes with that, we'll let you know. But for the time being, I want to provide a bit of casting news in that Nick, the player of Theamos, is currently not slated to return, and the wonderful newest addition, Adelaide Gardner, the player of Alba, is taking some time away for some personal matters. Feel free to keep a close eye to her Twitter if she chooses to share that news with those who follow her. But she's going to be stepping away for the time being as well. So we'll be pressing forward with our wonderful cast, with Mel playing Nyx, Brendan playing Sophia, Nikki playing Impheria, and Peter playing Atreus. A wonderful cast of 4 PCs doing their best to try and defy the odds, defy fate, and save the world. And so, in the interest of continuing this odyssey and seeing where this story takes us, we're going to come back now to where we last left off with our heroes in this mysterious cave, and perhaps some more information to go with that, as shared by the person who is up for recap, the one and only Nikki. So bring us on over.
Last session on Heroes of Thylea, our erstwhile adventurers got to, well, start with cleaning up a mess. Just a bit of a mess. Casting some Revivify to get Nyx back on her feet. Though it was pretty dramatic. There was, an appearance from Lutheria and a mysterious, well, apparition that the rest of the party got to watch, essentially, try to help bring Nyx back to life. Said apparition didn't give Nyx any answers once Nyx woke up, and just, yoinked back into the void. Explanations not given. However, Nyx is alive, which, big plus. Despite the dramatics and the riddles that went with it. After that, we, took our long rest, did some harvesting, Impheria did some pouting. Just getting everybody back together, back on their feet. Waking up the next morning, the party continued their trek up the mountain with a noticeably decreased blizzard, which was nice. Not as much the mountain trying to kill us anymore. Or well, I guess only the mountain trying to kill us instead of the mountain and the weather. And we hiked throughout the day until we came upon a mysterious cave. Ibis flew in there and he said all he really found was, some ice and some dead bodies. So the rest of us were like, yes, let's explore this cave. So we went to the cave, and inside the cave was just as Ibis said, some ice and some dead bodies. Only this ice was in strange columns and there was magic crackling along the floor, which we eventually discovered led to less, decomposed dead body with a sword, and the magic was coming out of the sword. As, curious adventurers, we decided to see what would happen if we pulled the sword out of the ground. What would happen if we disturbed that magic? We were smart enough not to touch it, but we still pulled the sword out of the ground using, we had to try a couple of different things. But eventually, Sophia's, what have we been calling her? Dead girl, creepy ghost girl,
Grudge monster.
one of those things, managed to pull the sword out of the ground. And so doing, yes, that one, creepy ghost haunted thing. I don't like looking at it.
I think she looks lovely.
Upon the sword coming out of the ground, the magic was released, and as such, the ice columns turned into ice warriors that potentially want to kill us, which is great. Everything on this mountain potentially wants to kill us. So tune in for what happens with these crazy ice monsters.
Indeed. As Theamos and Alba are busy outside of the cave, potentially dealing with their own horrible ice monsters, we come now with your mythic inspiration, resetting and being set to 1, very nicely done, for the recap, and to our plucky band of heroes, our fighter, our cleric, and our wizard, and our ranger. Let us see if they can best, with all of these strange warriors decorated in furs and thick hides, a noble leader larger than the rest, unable to best all of these strange creatures, falling in this fighting retreat, and in a desperate last move, it seems, sealing their foes away in ice, that which comprises their very being. Let's see if they can be bested now by the Oracle's Chosen.
I love how there's 4 of them in the cave and 4 of us in the cave.
We can handle this 1-to-1. It's fine.
1 each will be good.
Absolutely. Pick one. That is the one you must defeat.
Oh no.
Wait, where'd that 5th one show up? God damn it.
Wait, no, there's another one? I have to zoom out. Oh no, there's another one. Never mind. Wait, Sophia's dead spirit thing could take one.
What happened?
The character pop out is completely borked. Let me refresh.
Yeah, hit us with the refresh on the Twitch stream. Does everyone see everyone?
You must log in order to access the game.
Whoa.
Oh yeah. Wouldn't be heroes of Thylea if something didn't break. Ba-da-ba-ba-ba.
It wouldn't be technology if something didn't break.
Memento. That's fine. Plutonium is all right. Like I was saying, let us see if the Oracle's Chosen can fend off these horrible icy monstrosities.
Hey.
Was you initiating?
Indeed. Go ahead and set yourself onto the combat tracker.
Hey. Combat tracker.
Not great, Sophia. Below average. Get your shit together.
Push that together. Mine is taking a hot second to load.
Oh, I gotta refresh it on my actual game page.
Yeah, I'm thinking I might need to as well. Cannot. It won't let me. Okay, I'm gonna refresh. Must log in to access.
How tall the ceilings in this place?
It varies. So this like cave tunnel, right? It's like this open mouth, and it goes down, and it like it slopes into the earth as you move into it, right? So you're like the whole time you're going forward, you are slowly going further and further down. It is anywhere from, I would say, at the shallowest, 10-foot ceilings with like various like rocks and formations coming out of the top to, I think, right down the middle of this path. It kind of peaks at like just above 15 feet, like between 15 and 20.
Good.
Did you roll initiative targeting yourself? Alright. I like how you had an advantage on initiative and still rolled an 11. Iconic. As with the and the undead goes on your turn, right? Like you use your bonus action or whatever.
Right after my turn, yeah.
Okay. Yeah, so with your strange undead spirit grabbing a hold of this long and very foreign-looking greatsword and pulling it free, breaking this magical conduit and setting loose these strange icy monstrosities. It is currently holding onto that sword as these boys break out of their icy prisons and seem hostile to any living creatures.
Ooh.
As we come to the actual fight, these strange ancient entities. And it
Poor
looks like
Nyx.
the one closest to Nyx is starting us off.
Oh wow! Who could have ever seen this coming? I am so surprised.
As these strange creatures like they literally look like ice burst up through heavy, thick plate armor without legs or really any facial features. They almost as they start to move and break away from their prison, Sophia, you almost because you have like what's your int bonus, or not int bonus, your arcana bonus? 8?
11.
11, Jesus, 20, 21. Okay, yeah.
We leveled up.
That's right. You guys did level up. You see these creatures, and immediately you are. They are very different, but at the same time, their movement and their like their sort of the way of carrying themselves and the way that they like move towards you as they start to move towards Nyx are reminiscent to you immediately of those strange. Undead, usually the transformation of someone with like a degree of power to them, commonly referred to as a wraith. These things seem very reminiscent of that sort of undead entity, but they don't seem to have really any speech to them. There's no mouth. They don't say anything. They just silently move towards you and are quite imposing. As
It's creepy.
Nyx, this thing moves towards you, and as it does, once again, you feel that supernatural cold emanating off of these things, much in the way that you did when dealing with Boreas just the night before. A break from that blizzard. It seems like it has come back quite quickly. As it comes to a stop, the ice it is sliding upon, generating from itself, does not stop. That ice surges up towards your feet and begins to quickly try to wrap up and around you, as it is going to use its creeping cold, as I need you to give me a Constitution saving throw. As that ice tries to just lock up onto you and force its way into you. Ooh. You feel as that ice like wraps around your feet, you feel that ice surge up and through your whole body. That cold is an immediate flashback to what you've been dealing with, and it just catches you off guard, and you can feel your movement slow immensely as your speed is reduced to 0, and I'm gonna need another saving throw at the end of your next turn. As you can see Nyx, the color from her skin and the way that she moves, she almost looks like, as she's trying to defend herself, she almost looks like she's becoming a statue. As, just as your movement locks up, its ice spear comes towards you. Large and quite sharp. Coming at you with a 25, a 24,
Jesus.
Ow.
and a 20.
Ow. Oh.
Those
No.
all hit, and I would like to take a moment and say that this is Eye of Night's fault in chat. Yeah, I'm blaming them directly.
Can a trace do anything? Stay down there?
I don't think I can. I
Okay.
think it's only it's like fucking shield fighter. They have to be like within a couple feet of me? Question mark?
Does both your friend and your foe have to be within 5 feet of you?
Pretty sure. Creature. Oh no, I guess it isn't. Alright, next, which one did you get hit by?
All of them.
Oh, whatever.
The one right
All
in front of
them.
me and all of
Jesus
them.
Christ. Alright, well, I guess I can just warding maneuver the first one. Ta-da!
Hey.
AC increases by 4.
Okay, doing that on the first attack?
Yep.
Okay, so that takes your AC to what? 24?
It increases my AC?
Yeah, what's your current AC?
Yes, my current AC is 20, so that would put me up at 24.
Okay, so the 25 will still hit, but you are going to have a resistance against all of the damage from that first hit. So instead of 16, you take 8.
And then I don't take that last one, but I still take that middle one, right?
It's only against that attack.
Oh, it's only that one attack.
Yeah, so like that warding maneuver helps pull you out of the way, but quickly this wraith quickly adjusts with obvious supernatural prowess and speed, and slips past your defenses with 2 brutal and cold strikes right after that. Yes.
I guess if it has that clause, it would be able to defend on a ranged weapon attack.
As Inferior, you can feel the cold from these things just building up more and more. It doesn't seem like there's like an active aura or anything around them. They don't seem to be swirling with ice like Boreas did when he came out of that strange storm. But immediately, just when you've started to feel the sun again, this cold is coming back for one last vengeance. So what do you do?
Okay. Sorry. I will be very concerned about Nyx, but also not want to get anywhere near these things. Step over this way. And back. And then I guess I will just I have no concept yet if they're resistant to non-magical damage, do I?
It's certainly hard to really assess that at the moment, but if you're taking a hard look at the one that is facing off against Nyx, give me an investigation check.
Oh, yeah.
You're sort of watching this thing move and maneuver, trying to get a quick assessment of its capabilities.
Investigation.
It definitely looks like it's tough. It looks like it's made out of solid ice with sheets of metal strapped all around it. It doesn't seem to be shimmering with magic necessarily like Boreas was, but it's hard to tell.
Okay, and then we're just gonna launch chakrams at this dude. Just boom, boom, boom. Boom. Boom.
Ooh, 21, 24,
Get
20. So as these chakrams come whizzing past Nyx into the one facing off with her, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing tries to bring up its spear, and you can see the head of the spear almost flare out to its sides as it tries to almost create an improvised shield and block these chakrams. But you are aiming them at just the right places, the gaps in these armor, as shrink, cutting through that ice, and you can see bursts of snow and like this sort of blue, almost like blood spilling out onto the ground, as all 3 of those will soundly connect, and as they come back to your hands, you can see it's trying to adjust itself. It definitely seems like it took the full brunt of all that damage.
Yes, okay. And then Ivis is gonna follow that up by flying as close to the ceiling as he can get. Over where he is, that's about 10 feet, isn't it?
Yeah.
So he'll just stay there, I guess. And rain iron, bitsy bobs, whatever the pinions. There we go. I got there eventually.
I like iron bitsy bobs.
Bitsy bob. Pinion storm.
Random bullshit, go!
The little stabby rain.
Stabby rain. Stabby lightning rain.
As
Not very effective stabby
a
lightning rain.
series of electrified pinions come surging out of a wing from Ivis, and boom, 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 they slam right into the breastplate of this thing, but it seems unperturbed by it.
Yeah, that makes sense. And that is our turn, I think. Yes.
All right. as you can hear the grind and crunch of ice and snow as Inferior behind you coming around the rock. What are these guys' speed? Okay, that's just enough. Yeah, they're pretty slow. As this one comes up behind you, and you can see as you sort of whip around to bring up your defenses, waiting for that spear. You see it bring back its spear, and just when you think it's about to land into you, it stabs it down into the ground, and from the ground, a burst of ice and snow comes streaming out. As
Me and her, probably.
And points it up just enough to hit Ivis as well.
Okay. We'll have to make dexterity saving throw. Iris's dex save. Ha!
As shards of ice and cold come flying out.
Jesus.
Hey. Yeah, save for half.
As this ice just explodes out of the small cavern behind us and cuts into Sophia's body. Small little bleeding points along her left side the blood itself actually starts to swirl with magic and ignite into flames as it just travels up the ice cave wall to her left, and it tries to attach onto this creature. And she going a little hellish rebuke on.
Ooh, little hellish rebuke.
15.
These things are large and they are comprised of ice, and they seem to strike out, especially when they were going for Nyx. You could see their movements seemed quick, but they seemed like they were speedy from momentum. Like all of their power is contained in just brute force. Not a lot of dexterity to these guys. As
Bye, ghost girl.
Concentration broken. You can hear as the sword just drops right back into the earth. Quite sharp, it sounds like, as it just goes right back in. And this thing tries to get out of the way of that fire. As it does, it's able to sort of bring up that ice from that fanning shield and block some of it. But as those blood bits go onto it and ignite, they almost seem to like catch, like they've been scattered onto like grease or oil, and this thing writhes in pain as it is quite evident to you this fire whipping away at the ice seems to be doing a way more damage than it should. As it will do, since it would save for half, it would be doubled, so it does the full damage.
Technically, it goes down to 17, then go back up to 14.
It's a rounding error in your favor because I don't feel like clicking. As this thing seems vulnerable to flames. As Nyx comes to you. These two brutal strikes plus one that was cut into a bit by Atreus. What do you do?
Next, they look elemental, but necromancy drives their movements.
Got it. With a shivering hand, Nyx is going to pull out an oil of flame heart and, as a bonus action, splash it upon her armor. So it looks like this is a royal one. Okay.
All right,
so,
that's the base one.
Yeah. I don't know why I thought it was better. So it would reduce any cold damage I take by half my proficiency bonus rounded down, and in addition, as an action, I can spend one charge to unleash a burst of flame all around, and each adjacent creature will take 2d6 fire damage with a DC 13 con save.
I think we changed that where it's just resistance now. It's not the weird minus damage.
Gotcha. Okay, but I still benefit. I splashed the thing on to stop the cold.
Give me a second. I hope I pinned this. I'm fairly certain I was a good boy, and I did. Okay, but keep going with what you want to do. I can process both at the same time.
that is alright. Okay, so that was her bonus action, and as her action, she is going to Necromancy drives them, then this is going to probably be my best course of action. My movement is still 0, correct? I can't move?
You cannot move, and you can feel that ice coursing into you. Oh, you found it for me? Perfect, thank you.
Yeah, it's in the oil rules.
Hey, okay, I'm a good boy. That's right, because I did my increments of damage. That's right. Okay, cool. Ooh.
Nice.
She's gonna conjure her spirit guardians. Oh my god, it's so big on this map.
You guys haven't been in a small space in a while.
Yeah, holy shit. And that's gonna be her turn as she tries to not die of frostbite.
It's a bit bigger than it should be, actually.
Yeah, I was about to say. I don't look right.
I'm gonna say.
It's like
you're right.
over twice as big as it should be.
Yeah, you're right. It's only supposed to be like a 15-foot radius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh
Give me a
god.
second.
I want to go all the way out to 35 feet.
Hit the little button that says remove CTA effect.
And where is that button?
It's like a window that pops up when you cast a spell.
Okay, so I might have totally closed that window.
No problem. I can fix that. Do that. Let's see, where are you? You're around here somewhere. Close that. Mm, 11.16. All right, we'll do it the old-fashioned way.
Oh god, it's been deleted.
Yeah, you're dead.
Mamo.
Okay, and is that it for your turn?
Yes, that will be it for my turn. Do you want me to put myself... do you want me to cast it again?
No. As you feel that ice still coursing up through you, this creeping cold, I actually need another Constitution saving throw from you.
Oh.
15? Jesus.
God damn.
Wow.
As you see Nyx call upon this magic and then turn into ice.
Oh! That happened quickly.
But is my magic still going?
I'm fairly certain being petrified incapacitates you.
Where'd you go?
You unpetrify
No,
someone.
wow, Nyx. Come on.
Come on, Nyx.
Seriously?
I
Never
just
mind,
got
then.
alive to everyone.
Wow.
As
Okay.
Nyx turns into a beautiful ice statue.
Nyx, no.
Sophia, it comes to you.
Have to hold the mark the best we can, and then she is going to step back a few steps, seeing how many have come to life.
Oh, just a reminder, you do also have your one mythic inspiration if you wanted to use that on a reroll.
Oh shit, that's right. Let me do that.
Come on. I don't think any of us have any laurels.
Yeah, we all ate our laurels for the resurrection that didn't need to happen.
For the DC 13 resurrection.
As
There we
just as the ice is creeping up you and you can feel your movement come to an end, this magic slip away from you, you call upon your own will as a hero. Are able to push back this effect and keep yourself breathing and not turn to ice.
Nice.
You are
I'm
not
gonna
petrified.
recast my thing.
Here, let me do it.
Okay.
Yeah, we'll just use that for the time being. I'll figure out what's going on with that particular effect later. As that strange inky pool surges back out, almost seemingly washed away in this frigid cold. As Sophia, we continue with you.
Sophia backs out around the corner, poking her head around. I'm sad because actually this spell only has verbal component, so all my flavor doesn't make sense. But fuck it, she's gonna do it anyways. Seeing these two creatures, she's going to reach out in front of her and she twists the air. Two small little, looks like tendrils of gray magic start to form. Hold back for just a little longer. Let them closer. As she is going to mind whip the two boys up top. What's it? Nothing. There's a new little graphic here. Cast it at 3rd level.
Oh yeah, I
Yeah,
love
it gives
that.
gives buttons instead of a weird little drop down.
Zapping the two top boys.
All right. Calling upon your quite potent magic, cutting in, hopefully, to your enemy's ability to marshal their forces against you. Looks like only one of them failing, though. As he is going to take half. And this one will take the full amount.
Oh, Sophia will.
You can see the one to your immediate right in front of you, sort of drop its head just a little bit, showing evidence that this thing is affected by your psychic blow. But this one locks itself onto you, fully aware.
Just give me some time as she will scoot her little butt back over to the wall over here, trying to get a little bit of cover. Actually, nice butts. None of them are great.
None of them are
Just
great.
gonna scoot back to where she was.
All right. As Atreus.
Up here. Sure.
I move there.
Change my mind.
Let me turn you up a little bit.
I've changed my mind again.
As Atreus will throw his spear twice at the sky.
All right.
Hiya. Hiya. Oh, still using 1d6. Unlucky. Thought that changed. Oh well.
As with a 15 and a 14, boom, boom, it is deflected away by this thing's spear.
Oh. Yeah, that's all I got.
All right. As to the north, this one can only move, action, or bonus action. Okay. It's 10 feet range. Okay. As surging across the ground is this stream of ice from it towards you, Atreus, as that creeping ice connects with you and tries to turn you into a statue. So it'll use its whole action to just use its creeping cold ability. So you got a con save from you, Atreus. Ooh, with a solid 27. Just shift your weight and this ice break away from you. You have been through a supernatural blizzard for the last 15 days. This is nothing for you now. Yes, that is his turn. Ooh. Ice right here. It's gonna use its full action. It has to take the dash action, so it'll move here and then try to force its way into this spiritual guardians, which I think it can get to there, and we'll take the damage from that as give me that damage.
Yeah.
Spirit guardians.
Spirit Guardians. Here we go.
Hey.
Nice.
As this thing forces its way in, sort of bringing up its other arm, bringing its spear up on top of it, as these this inky pool cuts into it. Ooh, it does not do well with that wisdom save, taking the full radiant damage as these stars cut into it. You can hear, as it's sort of taking this damage, you can hear and see Sophia quite easily with your ability to sort of assess the environment around you at a passive level. The ice on its back creak and seem to almost strain, as though it's like pressurized in a strange sort of way as it takes that damage. As the last boyo, is that the one up there? It is. This one also taking the dash action and forcing its way into these spiritual guardians, trying to close the distance with you, Atreus. And also failing.
Hey. Get him.
As we come to the top of initiative, the one squaring off with you, Nyx, you can see bring up its spear and jam it into the ground as a burst of icy cold.
Did it make a wisdom save?
It did not.
Get him.
As it will also fail.
And take
Ooh.
21 damage! Straight
Get
cinnamon!
him.
As the starry field surges up, piercing into it, but it's still able to bring its spear down into the snow and ice and send more snow and ice at you and Atreus. And Ivis.
Oh.
Right, dex saves from the three of you. Ooh, Ivis, a speedy boy.
Very speedy.
But remember, it's saved for half, so he still gets clipped by half of that.
I
Aw.
have resistance. Oh, where's the thing that he shared? Brendan, where is it?
Yeah,
you
have
got
resistance to cold. So, you take 7 piercing and 4 cold damage. Nyx, Ivis.
2 cold.
2? Oh yeah, you're right. Yeah, save for half and then resistance.
Say that again.
Ivis takes 7 and 4.
I'm just gonna do it separately like that. It's easier. Come on.
As Trace takes his damage, good. That's that Wraith's turn. As alright, Inferior, pretty eager.
I'm refreshing. It's not letting me subtract hit points.
I have
So
to
one
do
trick
weird. It's rolling things I'm not hitting. I'm trying to take Ivis's hit points and it's rolling chakra. I don't know what's happening.
Everything is broken today.
Yeah, I got you. I saw you did the 7.
Yeah, I'm trying to do the 4.
There you go.
Okay.
Next, you only should have taken 9 in total. Took 7 piercing and 2 cold.
Amphiria is going to pull out her Copus and her Fanga Freaka. Because this duder is all up in her face.
I like math wrong. So you said I only take 7?
9. You took 7 piercing and 2 cold. So 9 in total. Got spammed with a billion concentration checks.
The only one that matters is the last one.
Focus.
Yeah. Give me
Something I'm
that
forgetting.
concentration check.
Oof.
Ooh. That burst of ice and snow surges up into your face. It shakes your magic away from you.
Damn.
Ooh.
That inky field disappears as Amphiria comes to you.
Yeet. Amphiria, as this duder is all up in her face, is going to switch chakrams for Copus and Fanga Freaka. And is going to cast Hunter's Mark on this duder up in her face. And then is just gonna hit him. Boom. 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 Wow. For 5 damage on the second too.
As the 25 and 24 will both connect.
And then Ibis. Is this a pillar straight to the ceiling, or like what? How big are those?
It's just
rocks?
it's just a set of rocks. It seems to be probably about 12 feet in height in total, with about
How much space?
another like 8 feet or so above it.
Oh, okay. Ibis is gonna fly over here. Oh, but he's gonna collide with the wall. Let me go up first. 20. Is going to fly over here, still colliding with the wall. Over on top of the rocks. Ooh, now I can see things. And is going to rain pinions. Actually. How far does that reach again? I just had a thought. I don't know if it's a good thought or a bad thought. 20-foot cone. Look at that. He's 20 feet up. Ibis is going to thunderous cry at this guy. We'll see
Okay.
if thunder breaks the ice.
Yeah, these guys
Or,
seem pretty hardy. They seem pretty tough. Made of some tough stuff, but let's see. Ooh!
Hey.
As he fails, as you cut into him, shink, 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 with your Fanga Freaka, guided by your Hunter's Mark, these blows seem to sort of throw him off kilter and allow Ibis to, just in the perfect ways that you guys have practiced for a long time, let loose a thunderous burst, catching it completely off guard and rippling through this ice and metal. And as this thunderous energy collides with it, just a cavalcade of ice explodes off of its back, as it seems, in addition to fire, this thing is vulnerable to thunder. Well assessed, Amphiria. Get yourself a Laurel.
Yay! One of my favoriteest books ever. A dude blows up an ice golem with fire and thunder.
So you'll take the full double damage as chunks of ice smash into the wall.
I couldn't get the template in the right spot, but
It's all gravy. We know where you're aiming it.
cool. But yeah, that's us. Oh, I forgot the Hunter's Mark damage. 2 hit.
I took the 5 you rolled at the very start, since it was 2d6.
I thought you battle cried,
I did both. I battle cried last turn.
but you got hit.
I did not actually. Ibis got hit.
Oh, do you have evasion?
She
You ain't
wasn't
got
close
evasion.
enough. She wasn't close enough. She didn't get hit.
The icy stream, the cone effect, that should have hit you, Sophia, and Ibis, save for half.
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't realize it was safe for half. How much was that? That's all the way back there. Oh, that messes everything up.
So you want to use your bonus action to battle cry and keep your hit, or use your bonus action to Hunter's Mark and miss your first attack?
I'll battle cry.
Okay.
Hunter's Mark can come later.
So I will give him 5 HP back, even though he just took 24, or around that. There you go. There's your Hunter's Mark damage back. Pats you on the head. You're gonna die soon.
You took 8 damage. Ibis and you both took 8 damage.
Yeah, from that first cone.
Thank you. Thank you.
As it is his turn now.
What am I concentrating on? Oh, no, I'm not concentrating. So I have to cast that spell.
There we go. As... Oh no, it didn't have it set to actually use that. Let's see if it recharges. It does not. As blown into... Let's see. Let's do a little fate. There's only 3 of you. Let's do the 3 of you guys. Let's see. Including the pet. Ooh, Ibis. All right.
Why?
As this thing brings up its spear, you can see from the ground underneath it that ice surge up the rock, and from the pillar shoot up and try to latch on to Ibis, as it is going to try to petrify this strange steel bird.
Ibis!
But is Ibis immune to petrification?
Oh, wait. He's immune to some things. He's immune to charmed, poisoned and charmed.
As
Not petrification.
Ibis needs to tough it out or become a frozen bird, a swan sculpture at someone's wedding.
Yeah.
As,
No.
as that ice lashes on, his wings freeze up, unable to keep himself in the air. His speed drops to 0, and he will fall 8 feet, so just 1d6 as clunk, a Ibis slaps onto the top of the rock, taking 1 bludgeoning damage. As the ice threatens to turn Ibis into a statue. But that's not the only concern, as the spear comes towards you, Inferior. Not once, not twice, but 3 times.
Oh dear.
In a series of blows.
Oh dear.
2, a
Missed.
natural 1.
Wait, I haven't used my reaction yet.
You haven't.
Wait, I have to. He's not within 5 feet, is he? Because it's this dude. Or this dude? Which dude is it?
Yeah, it's the dude. It's the dude you just blew the back up of with the thunderous energy, facing off against you.
So he is within 5 feet of me. Wait, I have fun new thing. I have fun new thing.
As Ibis clatters onto the stone, this thing tries to bring up its spear, stabbing it into your shoulder, and it overextends with a natural 1. What do you do?
React quickly. I don't have flavor for this yet. I don't know. I hadn't thought of it.
Improv.
Yeah, exactly, right? Inferior, with her Amazonian swiftness, blocks with her 1 copus and slides underneath his guard and stabs out with the Fang of Farika, using her invigorating counter. Oh, come on.
A very powerful blow, but you can hear and see that blade skid against the ice and metal of this thing, unable to connect.
I was very excited.
It's all right. as that'll use one of your uses, but that will not connect as his multi-attack continues. Ooh, now
Ouch.
returning the favor with a 25. As you will take
Ouch.
12 piercing and 4 cold.
This isn't piercing right now.
And last but not least, 24.
That one I'll take all 10.
As 2 powerful blows to the cold of this strange creature encroaching upon you, as your training will give you some resistance to that first blow, right?
The battle
you'll take
cry,
10,
and then the battle
yeah.
cry drops.
All right. As Nyx surrounded on 3 sides, what do you do?
Nyx, if you can, hold till I'm done, then drive them away.
So say when she's done, it'll drive them away.
When I'm done, drive them away. Remember, she mentioned they're driven by necromantic magic.
True.
So that means Sophia is gonna.
Oh, Nyx, my necromantic magic.
Hey, you know what? Good job taking the passive arcana information I gave you and trying to use it, even if it doesn't pan out. You get a laurel for that.
Uh-oh.
I just realized
The
that you were
DM
doing-
lied to me to fuck me. That's the other.
Oh no, I'm betting against my wonderful and amazing and so supportive and beautiful wife.
This is as far as I'm gonna go to tell you how to play your own character.
Yeah, but that's just me betting against her. Not
luck,
a.
Nyx.
Wow! Fuck you!
Oh!
Let's just say there's a thing that clerics are very good at.
Then that involves the undead.
Yeah, fuck you!
No! Oh!
Yeah, that's what I was betting against. Not that she wouldn't realize it, but not that she wouldn't understand what you were telling her to do.
That's all right.
It's all right. We do it live. Do you want to cast? Do you want to use your turn undead ability?
Isn't that what Sophia was trying to fucking tell me?
That's what I thought.
He said, "Wait until I'm done, and then drive them away."
Oh, wait until I'm done.
Okay, then I'm just gonna. Okay, that's fine. I'll do what I had planned for the entire turn. See, that's what throws me off, is that I have a plan, and then she says some shit. I'm like, bork. So I'm going to use. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to use my bonus action to cast Spiritual Weapon.
Fair. Always a good cast for any good cleric out there.
What does upcasting do for this?
Every
other
2
level.
levels, it gets a bigger die. So
I'm
second,
gonna
fourth,
cast
sixth.
it at 4th.
Big
'cause I
spear.
can. I'm gonna use it to beat up the one that's been targeting me. This bitch.
All right, as it'll only take it'll take the 11 as that spear comes into being with a 19, slams home for 11 force damage.
Well, it does another D8. I don't know why it added 2 D8.
That's a pretty
It
good
should
point.
be 2d8, but it rolled 2d8 and then it rolled an 8 plus 5.
Yeah, it's like it's 2d8 in the slashing.
So you could take the first d8 and just say it does 16 damage.
Yeah.
Yeah, what was the first D8? A 5?
Yes.
Okay, one moment. Un momento. Fixing. Get rid of that.
I think it's probably trying to upcast per level instead of per every other level. That's why I probably added 2d8 instead of plus 1.
Okay, let me see if it works now. Don't consume, don't place, 4th level.
You know, I tried to translate my instructions next.
I was just caught off guard by like Sophia's instructions, that's all. I can't make much promises for holding them off, but I'll do what I can to not die until you're done, as I'm going to take the dodge action. Even if I hit them, I know they're going to fuck me up.
These boys, they're big boys. And they hit hard.
That work? Nope, that's still 3d8.
As what are you doing with your action? Remind me.
Dodge.
Dodge action. Okay.
Yes, because
Okay.
Sophia says hold the line, and Nyx is like, I just fucking died. I'm going to stand here and try not to get hit for your convenience.
Okie dokie. Who's up next? Sophia. Perfect. All right. Sophia. Seems
Assuming
like
Nyx completely understood the plan in motion, as puts her hands together, as in between them magic starts to coalesce, gray swirl into this tiny little bead of magic, as she just sort of lets it lob out of her hands towards the middle of our group. As doing some quick calculations, the bead hits the ground, bounces once, and then fucking explodes into a torrent of flame. As Sophia's a shitlord and took fireball. It's a gigantic explosion of gray flames wrapped throughout the entire area. As I need to make a big circle.
Wow.
I'm sure if you just clicked the button.
25-foot circle as it explodes everybody. But quick calculations, quick areas of control cut into the circle itself, small pockets of protection, and she can do 5 people, and we've got 5 people to protect.
Aww.
As the fireball does not want to go off.
But
Let me unpop out my spell because it's not working. There we go. As a third level fireball goes off in the midst of. She doesn't actually need to make it bigger, but
Good.
what a roll! Ooh, 31. Nice.
As that beat roars out these strange colorless flames, this gray fire just expands out into this inferno all around Inferior. It's almost been a nice reprieve, a somber and grieving one. The death of a friend is always less than great, but gosh darn it, those fireballs not being in your face were at least one nice aspect. As
now I can literally just cast them on you.
As that fire whips and tears at all of your foes, and none of them make it.
The exposure therapy intensifies.
As none of them make their saves, this fire surges up their length, and you just hear as the strong pressurized ice that they are comprised of seems to explode off their backs and crash into the walls all around them, as all of them take double damage.
Hey.
The one right in front of Nyx just washed away, the clatter of armor and steel crack into the ground as it is dead. The one you were facing off with, Inferior, explodes as well, and the 3 remaining seem to just barely be standing, as with that singular move, you have shifted the tides of this fight heavily in your favor.
Now, Nyx, drive them away. As she looks over at Nyx, expectantly, waiting for her held action to go off.
Yeah, I don't know how the fuck this works in everything's happening at the same time sort of deal.
as without holding an action to call upon her channeled divinity, you see Nyx focusing on her defenses, the animated shield whipping out in front of her, covering every angle. Nyx watching every angle to not be attacked from the sides. As Sophia, you look over expectant to see that strange charm that she's called on before to force the undead away or blow them away if they are weak enough. And it does not come.
Next turn. You'll get it next turn.
As Atreus, your foes weakened but not defeated. What do you do?
Try to kill him.
Did they not explode?
Oh.
I was expecting them to explode.
When you roll a 5, 4, 3, 2.
As Atreus
I'll
goes to
action
bite new
surge.
dice.
Fuck.
All right.
Oof.
Oh, there we go. Finally, the streak has been broken.
Oh.
As
5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Now we're starting at the top at 10.
Yep.
Fantastic. Also, it's still broken. I thought I fixed it. Whatever. As it takes 8 plus 10. Fine. As I'll burn a charge. Burn it.
you rolled
Burn it.
2d. You rolled 2d10s.
Yeah, isn't it 2d10?
No, it's 2d6.
Oh shit. Where did I get a D10 from? Okay, well I did more damage.
say
You're probably thinking of
after,
your Icarus thing.
After the expected thing does not happen, Sophia's, oh, that's a problem. As she starts scooting her little happy ass away from this. So she put a big ass target on her back. She starts fucking gunning it out of here. And knock.
Okay, yeah, I'll burn a charge and do 20. Well, actually, an extra total damage with the vulnerable. It's 24.
Indeed, with 8 piercing, as the one in front of you with able to block away at the first 3 blows. It almost seems to be tired out as your will pushes you a bit further, bringing in that last strike. That's how do you want to take this one out?
Yeah, as Atreus pushing himself further, seeing Sophia weaken these guys, and also expecting something out of Nyx, and then Nyx just does nothing. Atreus tries to take this one out.
That fiery spear blowing this thing open. You can hear and see the rent of metal as this one goes down with that final burst of damage as well. Only 2 left now, but now it is their turn.
Yikes.
This one surging forward. Comes after you, Atreus. As it will use its full multi-attack, yep. As surging across the battlefield, you can see this ice weaving around past you, Atreus, and launching onto your root, Symphyria, as that creeping cold is coming after you.
No.
Whether
oh,
it's
no.
or turn to ice.
I'm not good at Constitution. Okay. I think I have Ibis selected. I have selected Imperia. There we go.
Ooh. Skidding right onto the line with a 15. You're able to weather this. Your martial training and your increased endurance in the face of the adverse elements, giving you everything you need. As you were able to shake off this effect and break away from that creeping cold, as Atreus 3 spear attacks, chunk, 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 launch towards you in powerful, quick succession. 24, 20,
Ouch.
and in that one, as poof, poof, and skidding against your heavy shield. As it definitely feels like these spear attacks are magical. So you'll take the full 18 and 15 from the first 2. As almost as though she could see into the future. Skidding across the battlefield with speed, chasing after the wielder of flame.
Here's
This
my Indiana
last-
Jones moment.
Alright,
as
good
she's
luck,
running away from
Sophia.
the
You're
boulder.
by yourself.
He's running away from the boulder.
This last wraith, thankfully, these things quite slow, needing to use its entire action to dash after you. But it will move here because that's 40 feet of movement. Trying to get in front of you a bit. As that is its turn. Infuria, you can see Sophia booking it past you, sort of almost hopping over the bits of plate mail on the ground from the one that melted and was blown apart in front of you. And as she moves towards the cave entrance, speeding as fast as 40 feet speed can go, you see this other wraith coming after her, spear at the ready, trying to get to her. What do you do?
Infuria is going to leap dramatically over the puddle in front of her. Leap dramatically. Whee! It collides with a wall. Okay, this way. Nope, still a wall. Okay. And then, is she gonna? Yeah, she's gonna come all the way up to this creature. Can I do that? How many feet is that? I cannot read it. Back that direction. 10 feet.
15,
Aha!
25.
It works. All the way up to this creature. And it's going to battle cry again! I'm just like using that battle cry again and again.
Just screaming her head off every 6 seconds.
Constant! And it's just gonna strike out with Eureka and her offhand Copus at this duder, trying to draw its attention away from Sophia. Boom. Boom.
22, 22, 21, as quick math, 17.
25.
25 as Infuria. How do you want to do this?
Hey.
Infuria, leaping and bounding dramatically after her friend, screaming her head off, is going to come in with the Fang of Eureka, just stabbing it into a gap in the thing's armor, and then yanking it out sideways as she slashes across with her Copus, and then a final slash with her Fang of Eureka to take this thing's head off.
The perfect series of strikes and stabs. This thing is cut down and whoop, head and armored helm lopped clean off as that helm and head smash into the stone and cracks form through the rest of this thing as it crumbles down. Only one remaining. We come to you.
Thank you for the assist.
Ibis,
Ah,
you're welcome. Ibis has to make his second Constitution saving throw, doesn't he?
he does
Unless
indeed. That's
the
not a
creature-
concentration effect. He's already been affected. I need that save. His speed is 0, so he still technically has a turn though. He can last hurrah before he gets turned into a swan sculpture.
Okay.
Jill, help!
His speed is 0 and he is prone on the rock, but he is there. He can try
Can technically
something.
do something. How far away is this thing? It's 20 feet away.
It is.
Technically, he could get Thunderous Cried, right?
What's your range on Thunderous Cry?
It's a 20-foot cone.
Cones
Oh,
are
but I'd hit
hard.
Atreus.
God,
I'd hit Atreus.
my little invisible dude is still up here.
It wouldn't work. Okay, I'm gonna Pinion Storm. Just straight up Pinion Storm this duder. Boom. Get him. Get him. Oh, and I don't know if I have
As,
Thunderous Cry recharged anyways. I have to roll to recharge it.
Yeah, give me those rolls with disadvantage because they're ranged attacks while prone.
Right.
But he's doing his
Got it.
best. We believe in him.
He's doing his best. Oh, it says I still have... Whatever. Pinion Storm. Oh, I forgot to do the disadvantage.
You can just,
Yeah.
Hey! Dodged a crit, but a 17 is just enough as ping, 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 ping. Those pinions slam home for 8 plus 5. As takes a bit of damage, but is still up.
And then Ivis has to make a Constitution
And
save.
then let's see. Swan statue. Swan statue.
Oof.
As that wing swings out, those last pinions slam into place, and Nyx and Atreus, you can hear just this sort of soft cry as this the metal stops, and Ivis is an icy statue. As Nyx, it comes to you, your last foe. What do you do?
With Sophia having done the thing that Sophia said she was going to do, I'm going to turn undead.
I guess, sure.
It's still after. It's still after.
When you think about it and consider the circumstances.
Y'all
Is that
act
actually
like
what
I
you wanna
hold
do?
my actions on a regular basis. That's literally the last thing I would have thought to do. Was that?
Is that actually what you want to do?
Yeah.
All right.
Because
You
I'm
call
also,
upon-
with my bonus action, having my spear fly over and stab into this fucko.
I want to do the spear first. Is it... The thing
Fine,
breaks if
spear
it takes damage.
first.
Yeah, it will. If you hit it, which you do, it would break the turn effect. So. you
Oh,
lose your
yeah.
action.
Okay, so that's the order in which I do it. Call upon spear, turn undead.
Yeah.
Spear flies on over, yeah, and smacks it for. Not quite 3d8. 4, 1.
Less damage.
Yeah, 2 less for 10 damage. I gotta figure out how you actually do that spell. And then you turn him. Let's see. As he will fail his wisdom save. As it'll have to use his turn to try to run away from you. As that's it for you.
It's been taken care of, Sophia. That's my turn.
Bottom.
What?
Here's the call. Oh, the wrong thing. Starts to wander back toward the group. Fuck. Still like wrong thing selected. Seeing this thing, what looks like slowly turned to back away. Atreus. Come on. Wall. There we go. Honest, I wasn't sure if it would work, but God. Sophia's just gonna hold her magic, a little bit of Toll the Dead when this thing tries to escape, but mostly leaving it for Atreus to finish this thing off. Leave it to you, Atreus.
All right.
Wait to cast Toll the Dead if Atreus attacks it and somehow it survives.
Bit of necromantic magic held on to Atreus. This thing's backing up, bringing up its spear in a defensive posture.
9.
Compelled away. Ooh.
Oh, I didn't actually roll a 9.
With
Oh,
a
comical.
28, 13 damage. As you can feel that spear plunge in, and this thing just stop moving. As with that single blow, you take this one out. Pulling the spear out, this thing crumples, spear drops to the side, and the ice just starts falling apart as it dies. As
Well, that was
with
certainly
that-
dramatic.
With that, the cave is once again relatively silent, save for the soft winds outside.
More
After all of
skills than I
that,
was
it would
expecting.
seem would seem foolish to leave the sword behind. So perhaps we should see what else you can do.
As my little invisible boy over there, hanging out this whole time. See if he's strong enough to at least lift the sword now that it's freed from the grasp. Can he flip the sword on over to us?
Oh, he
He'll
has like
weigh
a 3
50 pounds.
strength.
Yeah, he can carry like 60 pounds. He's slowed if he's carrying 60 pounds. But...
It's not a cloud buster or something. But yes, with 3 strength, he is strong enough to carry it.
As the sword comes floating over to him.
Yes.
Just sort of holds it up to you next.
Nyx is going to take it.
Just a quick reminder. Where is it at? Ba, 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 ba. Ba, 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 ba. As pulled from the snow and stone, it had a great deal of this sort of icy blue glow to it, and sort of after it being wrenched free, that glow seems more muted now, but it still lets off a deal of soft light as
These guys have basically just like
looks
shattered into broken armor and just shards.
Yeah, there doesn't seem to be anything at your immediate glance, anything really salvageable to them. They just seem to break apart and immediately start melting, the strange blue ice that comprises them when they die, turning into normal snow and water. The armor doesn't seem remarkable.
Frostmourne achieved.
And I'm going to bring the sword over to Sophia.
It certainly held power. And if we're lucky, still does. Maybe Thamos can use it. Well, Atreus, are you attached to your spear now that it seems to have a
Something
mind
like
of its
that.
own? Well, rest, and I'll see what this thing does. Hopefully it's not cursed, although it would not surprise me finding it in a place like this.
Mood.
Shall we at least make our way to the mouth?
Then Fury goes and retrieves the ibis statue. Oh, that is a wall. Meh.
Can't move
Thank you.
myself and invisible print at the same time. That makes me sad.
Yeah, because he's not an actor; he's a drawing, and you are an
Yeah.
actor, so you have different selection tools. Sorry.
Perhaps some time over a campfire will help thaw him out, Inferior.
What I can do.
Oh no.
Just make it a character, with a little squiggle boy.
Yes.
Squiggle boy.
Let me see. Can I do that right here in the game? Let me see. Take you. All right, keep going. Let's see if I can figure this out.
Perhaps.
I'll put
Well,
some
perhaps
protection
the
in the mouth
effect
of the
will wear
cave.
off.
And Sophia will start to cast a ritual of the cave, start to put up her dome to block out the snow, warm up the area. See if we can thaw out Bird Boy.
Okay. Calling upon that dome. Yeah, nothing it costs you. You're able to get your tiny hut up. And sort of taking a look at Froze Ibis. Your immediate assessment is that of petrification. It seems pretty apparent to you. trying to take a look at him with your tools, Inferior, your expertise in constructing him and understanding the strange mechanisms and magic by which he functions, along with the included guide provided by Vulcan for all of his enhancements. You quickly assess that he is still alive. He is still functioning. He is just in this strange state of almost suspended animation, almost like he's asleep. And as this tiny hut comes into play, and you can sort of feel Ivis's weight in your hands, you see that he's frozen solid, but that ice seems to be melting, as it seems like this is a temporary affliction, is your assessment after about 5 to 10 minutes of looking him over and consulting with Sophia on the natures of magic, etc., maybe calling on your own resources. You assess that it's temporary. You're not sure how long it'll be, but it definitely seems like he is slowly melting.
Well, he is thawing out. It's just a matter of how long. I'm a little tempted to put him in the fire and see if that speeds it up. He doesn't get hurt by fire.
I can't even target Squiggleball. I guess he's behind the circle. I don't know. Yeah, Sophia, once the dome's in place, she just walks over to the edge of the dome, the sword, she sort of holds up and then lets go as it just sort of hangs there in place. There's a strange invisible force, seems to just be holding the sword out in front of her, and she starts another ritual. Identify. Then everybody else take a little rest.
Yep, Nyx will do exactly that. Take a short rest.
Short rest sounds good. Or long rest, any kind of rest. Sounds
It's still
nice.
middle of the day.
I know. I was being silly.
Says this sword has the will of Nerzul in it, command over the undead. It is attached to something called the Frozen Throne.
Oh.
Seems like if you wield it, you become the Lich King? Strange.
Your alignment changes to chaotic evil.
Oh, so perhaps you should hold on to that one then, Sophia. Sounds
I think I will.
for you.
Not quite.
Burn
As,
the village. Burn the village.
Taking a look at this great sword, you notice, much like the arms and armor, especially the shields of the various dead in this cave with you, Sophia, this thing along the fuller of the blade has etchings, these strange sort of runic markings that don't really align with anything you know or understand, and this thing seems weighty and heavy. Give me, well, I guess you would technically have Theos with you, as a quick assessment shows this to be rather well made and processed steel, a very well made blade of a relatively rare metal alloy for Thylea. The teachings of Vulcan in the expansion of metallurgy in Thylean history has allowed Thylea to utilize bronze in much the same way that the Dragon Lords of old explained their usage of iron.
My god, they've added carbon to iron. Those madmen!
Yeah, that's it's something that Thylea knows how to do as well, but it seems like iron is a much more rare natural metal than bronze is. Bronze is overly abundant, or not bronze, but copper and tin and the like, and antonium or whatever the fuck it is. The elements to make bronze are much more abundant than iron seems to be, so it's usually a lot cheaper to mass produce with bronze than steel or iron. This, however, is very high quality steel, very well made, with a great deal of fire and flame, and then imbued with magic. And though those runes on it don't make any sense, it almost seems like once that identifying enchantment of yours, that ritual, comes into place and you pull answers from the magic, it almost seems like the sword identifies itself. Though it is not sentient, there is no voice, there is no presence, no emotions. You just get the feeling that this thing has a name, it had a title, it had something significant, at one point at least, to it and to its wielder. The smack bat, as it identifies itself as the rhyme blade of Magnus Ulfson.
I love that.
How interesting.
Big oofson.
Alright, now get into the bag.
Touch my buttons.
Go on, get.
Oofs.
As it seems to have a relatively basic enchantment to allow it to overcome the strange magic and power and endurance of monsters, along with increasing its damage and accuracy with a +1 bonus. And there seems to be almost a property to it that seems like lost, like it's incomplete or like it's been broken. Your deduction in your... What's that?
Did a longsword, greatsword?
It's a greatsword. Big two-hander. It can only be wielded with two hands. It's pretty heavy, too. As it seems like whatever magic you would presume Magnus called upon to seal away these invaders in that last-ditch effort, it seems like with this thing being pulled from the snow and ice, that magic seems to almost be lost. It doesn't seem to be present. There's like hints of it in the enchantment, but it's broken apart like incomplete code. The other component is still there, this strange property called Frost Armor. When you hit with a melee attack using this magic greatsword and reduce the target to 0 HP, you can gain 3d6 temporary HP, no action required. If a creature hits you with a melee attack while you have these hit points, the creature takes cold damage equal to the number of temporary hit points you have due to this magical effect before damage is applied. And it seems like the more capable of a warrior you are, the more experience and prowess you have in battle, the more often you can call upon this property before needing to really take a moment and let yourself recuperate for the night. As it works proficiency bonus times per long rest. As which one of these buttons is the right one? I think it's this one. Yeah, there you go.
Something meant to draw the life out of your phones to protect yourself. Atreus, you might want to use it when you have to guard yourself more than strike. If you fail something, you'll draw its life in the form of ice around your body. It will defend you for a time, and if struck, the ice will strike back, cutting into your attackers. Be used a few times a day. Seems to be dependent on your own skill. The magic that put those creatures in stasis, as it were, seems to have either been the talent of the user at the time, or a one-time trick of the blade that has been expended. I don't think it can be retained or regained. As the sword floats over to Atreus.
Oh, certainly, Andy. Options.
So what'd you
Nice
guys
to
do?
go with your fire.
Valid. What'd you guys do with the broken shield? Seems to be suspended, like it was like broken into chunks, but there was like abjuration magic holding it together. The ancient hoplon. I have it revealed to you guys. I know you guys found it because you hung out with Dead Man Joe. But
Pretty sure I shoved it at Atreus or Thamos. I don't remember which one though.
I thought Thamos might have taken it.
I thought one of the casters took it.
Nyx already has a magic shield. I can't
Yeah,
use
Nyx-
shields.
Nyx didn't take it. It might have been Themis.
okay.
Oh, but requires a
Or it went in the bag.
attunement.
It might have gone in the bag.
Yeah, the Ryan Blade requires attunement. The Ancient Hoplon does not. It just has 5 uses of shield in it before it explodes.
What am I attuned to again?
Not completed. So we continue our march. Unless you found some other ways within this cave, but I didn't see any.
No, I didn't see any other mysteries to be explored in this cave. I think it's safe for us to continue on.
I would agree.
Feel free to take a short rest. Use your hit die. Looks like a number of you did.
It was just 15 minutes, right? Yeah. I'll poop in a short rest while we do this.
My computer had a moment and swung my Copus and gave my laurel away.
Is that why I got a laurel from you?
There you go.
Thank you.
Actually, no.
And
Sophia's
be
not
sure to
gonna-
get your, or maybe the pop-out didn't let it work for you. Did you try it, Brendan, to get your XP?
Oh, I didn't realize we did an XP thing.
Yeah. Did it work?
Think so.
Like, you should have been at.
Alright,
34
great
flat.
sword. Guess you're just going to be a +1 great sword.
What about Atreus? Let me take a look at you. Atreus is
I'm
not
out of
got-
attunement slots. I don't have any attunement slots.
Ah.
Oh
It
yeah,
sorta
because you have
works now,
the you have the belt of dwarven kind, right?
We've been shoving all our magic items at Atreus.
Yeah, well, because a lot of them are good for fighter. Thank you, boys.
Time to trade
Anyways,
area.
the great sword goes into the bag of holding, never to see the light of day.
Give it to Sophia for auction.
That's right, we can sell it. Alright, who wants
Yeah,
Magnus's
souvenir.
blade? You know, that guy that, like, is dead or something? Who is he again?
Yeah, he's back in the back of the cave, very dead.
Very dead.
Magnus Bronzebeard.
He's like preserved but dead.
And yeah, Sophia, that's a weird fucking name to you and to your experience. That doesn't sound like a name you've ever sort of heard before.
What,
Mm.
Magnus?
Yeah, Magnus Ulfsson is not a name. That sort of naming structure and that way of putting it together does not sound like your typical Thylean Mythios.
Mm.
Everyone done with their short rest?
Yeah, Sophia.
Yes.
Still fatigued. She's gonna let her little wounds just sort of fester.
Sort of fester.
If they get too bad, she's got a potion. She needs to try to recoup.
If it gets too bad, we'll just go to the hospital, but, you know, it costs too much.
It's fine.
Need to hold on to my hit dice.
Yeah, because you don't get a lot of them. All right. If there's nothing else, after about a little bit of time here, 2:12 in the afternoon, you all are able to take your short rest and push on back out into the melting snow, into this building.
Ibis, recover.
He is still a statue. He is very slowly melting bit by bit, but it seems like he is petrified. If you take another moment to assess him, give me an Arcana check, as he just had you sort of passively looking at him while you were trying to do the identification ritual. Ooh, okay. I saw the 4, but I didn't see the 15, as that just matches the DC. As your assessment seems like he will break away from his petrification on his own after 24 hours.
Okay.
Might
I
be
have
able to-
eyed this statue until
As
tomorrow
it seems like
afternoon.
he's magically turned to ice. A simple temperature increase doesn't seem to melt it any faster.
If we need him, I might be able to strip the magic that's causing this away from him, but... Oh, Nick's good as well, I believe.
Oh,
You guys have a number of ways
perhaps
to...
tonight before we go to bed.
That's what
So
I
that
was
we can have
thinking.
him for tomorrow.
Good plan. As we march. Sophia takes
Marching
a pee
forward.
break.
Nope, next
Uh,
take
Very
the lead.
Very jury rigs a baby sling and puts Ibis in it.
Yeah, Theos
Get
happily
the-
shows
get
you
the-
how. Because he
the
made
egg
one for
sling
Ibis.
that we
Yeah, the egg
used.
sling.
Thanks.
Yeah, the sling that we used when Eos was just an egg.
Yeah.
As pushing up the mountain, anything you guys want to chat about? This talking stick to you?
Stick moment.
Inferior, are you towards the front or the back of the line?
It's the front.
Perfect.
Oh.
I yoink Inferior into conversation.
Oh. Imperia has been avoiding you.
You sly dog. You
It's
trapped
funny.
me to your monologue.
That is funny that you say that out of character because that's exactly what Nick's picked up on.
You sly.
Inferior, is everything alright? You've been acting odd since a few nights ago.
A few nights ago.
Last night? Gods, I can't even remember.
I am fine.
You're lying. You're not very good at it. Or at least not in this instance.
Fine. I'm not lying. However, fine is not great. And I am not great. I'm a bit, well, I thought mortals were the fragile ones, Nyx.
Really?
Well, they were the only ones that ever died on me before.
So the whole bit about Lutheria wanting me dead, the very essence of my being, you were there for that announcement. That means nothing to you.
Of course it meant something. I guess it just didn't register.
Register that the Titan of Death has wanted me dead since I've emerged.
Of course,
And
but you've
has
still
been-
lived 500 years, despite
Yes.
that.
Despite that, but I've also not have her send entire creatures after me to this extent before. I have faced more creatures that had her eyes in the last several months than I did in my entire 500 years on this world.
Well, you still lived those 500 years, and I had a moment, okay?
Seems to be a little more than a moment.
Well, there's always the moment when one realizes a quest, the dangers of a particular quest, and I had that a bit when we lost Mercury. However, well, that was a little bit less messy. And he wasn't a nymph.
No, but he was also Thylean in ancestry.
Well, yes, that doesn't really have anything to do with it. It's whether or not they're mortal.
Perhaps we have two different ideas of what mortal really means.
Living past the age of 500?
So by that, it would mean elves are also immortal.
I hadn't thought of that. But yes, they are.
See, I would presume mortal versus immortal was more of a polite way of saying those of Thylean descent versus those of settler descent.
Oh, those are
That's
just
how
Thyleans and settlers.
So you understand my confusion.
I mean, I guess. However, Thyleans and settlers and mortals and immortals are different definitions, and, well, don't know. I just...
Have you also considered the fact that even those who are immortal, as by your definition, also tend to die before they reach 1,000?
I mean, I know it's possible. Intellectually.
But you didn't think it was as common.
No, not that. I just... You know how when you know something and then you realize it? You kind of have to learn it twice. You know it, but then you learn it. Intellectual knowledge versus practical knowledge. I don't know.
Were you disappointed?
Pointed. Well, of course.
In me? Realizing I'm not so immortal.
Vulnerable. Well, not really in you, more in the world in general. Life. This quest. Oh, don't worry, I'm not going to be all depressed and give up or anything like that. I just... Seems a little bit less romantic now. Seems more like the trip across the Forgotten Sea. That was no
Very.
grand adventure.
So you've romanticized the notion of those living to 1,000 are all fortunate enough to make it that far.
No, not really. I've romanticized the notion of a grand quest with a group of heroes. Oftentimes, in the legends, all the heroes survive. But especially those that are immortal. They're oftentimes invulnerable, too. But this is no storybook. This is an actual quest. And we are actually trying to save the world. Not some storybook. Not some legend.
No, but even those legends, those heroes had to start somewhere. That's where we are.
Oh, of
Do
course
you
they
ever
did.
wonder? Do you ever wonder who they were before they were known as heroes?
People.
Precisely. And it's very rare most of those odysseys are going to start in their childhood. I severely doubt my odyssey is going to start when I was a no-named nymph on an island in the Cerulean Gulf. In fact, I think for many of us, our odysseys probably start around the time we met Versi.
Probably. If they even write our Odyssey. They only write the victor's story, you know?
It's not necessarily true. That's why we have Thyllean tragedies.
Well, of course, there's tragedies, however...
Do you
Well,
also think-
let me put it this way. History is written by the victor. And if we die, all we will be are those fools that tried to stop the reign of the Titans. We won't be known by name, we won't be known as heroes. We might be known as martyrs to some, but only a rare few. And only in secret. Have you thought of that?
No, all I'm thinking is maybe I should check the potion Sophia makes for us, because whatever she has, it seems to be contagious.
You forget that while I am young and, well, undoubtedly naive about certain things, I have had an eventful life. Very eventful.
I guess I had hoped, despite how eventful it was, that maybe you still had some sort of, I don't know, some youthful light or hope or whichever. Even when I was about 80, before I even came to the mainland, I still had a bit of that.
It's nice enough for the first 30, 40 years. Maybe 50. I mean, we all had our issues, but I got to train with the younglings, and then I got to run with the wolf packs. Gamera was always there. But after Gamera passed, well, I didn't have that buffer anymore, you see. The Amazons were always a little wary of me. I was a little different. I was a good guard, though. The queen liked me.
Do you feel that way around us? A little different.
I think we're all a little different. I
But
feel.
do you feel
What?
different in this group as you felt different with the Amazons?
Oh no, not at all. Totally in the opposite direction. The Amazons, I was this freak of nature. I learned everything that the younglings were learning twice as fast and all that whatnot. And here, I feel a little bit like, well, I feel a little like you all see me as a bit of a child. It's new. Very new.
I don't know what everybody else's excuse is. You are simply older than literally everyone else in this group besides myself. Old enough to be their grandparent.
No, isn't that a weird thought?
I'm reminded of this constantly when I think about the fact that I emerged inferior. I literally emerged after the Oath of Peace was signed. Like, not years after. The oceans calmed. The clouds cleared from the sky. And all of the Aures on my island that were meant to emerge finally emerged.
Wow.
And I have to remind myself that none of them know here what that was like.
I don't even know what that was like. That was 400 years before I was born.
Precisely.
What I wouldn't have given to see that age.
There's still some romance in living as long as us. I got to watch the world as it grew and as it changed. I literally
Wasn't it
watched
lonely?
history. Lonely?
Yes. Well, they were surrounded by mortals and they keep dying. And I haven't even lived 100 years yet. They still keep dying.
You know, it's funny. I've never felt alone until I haven't actually been around a lot of them that died off in a way that made me feel alone. I had Azarius for some time, decades, according to the clergyman at the temple. I had Renee for a couple more years. And you know, I guess what's funny about it is I never ended up alone. I always had friends somewhere, mostly in brothels. I got to see them grow old. I got to see them live their lives. I got to make friends with some of their family. And it goes on.
The old age one is the one that gets me. Old age and retirement. You see warriors that were, well, that ran in the same packs as me, hunted in the same training group, learned under Gamira as I did, grow old and retire, while I was just establishing myself as a god.
I guess that's one of our biggest differences. Mortals, as you put it, they age physically.
Strange.
And we don't.
It's very strange.
We are not immune to our spirits aging. I might not look it, but I certainly do feel like I'm several centuries old. My spiritual back is sore.
I guess. I don't know.
It's okay not to know. Sometimes it's the beauty of the world, is knowing there's still much more left to learn.
Yes, I have much left to see if we survive this adventure, this quest, this mission. I should see it as a mission, that would help. Quest is very romanticized. As is adventure. No, this is a mission. A military one.
Now that is something I think I can wrap my head around. Snix reaches up a hand and just like ruffles back Inferia's hair.
Is that entirely necessary?
Yes, because I am still your elder. You are still a youngling.
Mm.
And when your hair
I
gets
see.
and when your hair gets brushed back that way, you look like a bird, and I think it's adorable.
I was raised by a robin. The first creature that I saw when I came out of my tree, after I was running away from the fire, of course, there was a robin and there was a deer. They were very good to me.
Well, I'll be sure to add the robin and deer to our forever expanding family tree of this group.
The wolves, you can't forget the wolves. They were after the deer and the robin. And then the Amazons found me. You know, they called me Forest Spirit. It's all very fun.
Makes sense.
They didn't know what to make of me. They thought I was something haunting the woods until till they actually saw me. They hadn't seen me at first.
That's impressive. There might be a couple legends about some forest spirits still on that island.
But they'd know it was just me.
But how many more generations of those mortals will know it's you?
Well, I don't know. Interesting.
And Nyx just like smirks a little and continues on the pathway. Making sure we
Period.
don't
Falls deep
slip
into
off.
contemplation.
Very well said. Go ahead and get yourself both a laurel. There you go.
Hey.
Laurel.
Hey.
As Brendan breaks his keyboard, or Andy breaks the keyboard, or something. Or the keycaps
Something's
everywhere.
happening to the keyboard.
Which keycap is that? Is it the alt keycap?
That was delete. I found them all. I finally found the last one.
Congratulations. We're happy for you. As pushing on through the day, this hike is thankfully so much easier than that which you've been dealing with. It's just walking uphill, it seems. The blizzard no longer shoving its wind into your face. The mountain itself no longer needing you to scale cliffs and swing over gaps and just push your bodies to the limit. It's almost like you're on Easy Street. As after a bit more time, just a few hours, the afternoon truly coming into its own, at 5:30 or so, you finally reach flat ground. And when you do, you realize the mountain itself rises up to your left and just forms this peak-like wall all the way as far as you can see forward before it sharply drops off, and that's the edge of the mountain. Just beyond this strange rise, you can see more peaks and other mountains in the distance, more of this storm breaking away, and more of this now dwindling sunlight shining against the white snow on the other mountains. And there is a strange silence to it all.
Oh.
There is the whip of wind at this height, obviously. But there has not been any life, any presence of something besides yourselves. And you still have to push forward, walking along this flat sort of not quite a cliff, but just like a widening path as the wall on your left continues. It sort of slightly curves very slowly because it's, a mountain, but you are walking across this flat space and you see just ridges and rises on your right, much shorter than the actual peak of the mountain. And after about 5 minutes or so, the ridges on your right stop. They're just gone. It's just flat, open stone and ice. And you see something that almost defies belief. Nestled in the stone, you can see straight down this almost like stone bowl. And it descends to your right and to your front into this into basically just a bowl. You can't see the far side of it, but you can see the shallow dip of this sudden drop, probably a good 100 feet or so. And up ahead, about 80 feet, this flat walkway that you've been traversing comes to a stop. A sudden burst of rocky terrain cutting it off as the left side wall continues on, forming the rest of the mountain. To the right of where your path ends, a strip of stone, probably about 25 feet across, and stretching out into the bowl, defying any sense of reason or logic. It forms a 200-foot bridge. This bridge connects with perhaps the most startling thing, a gigantic floating chunk of rock.
Whoa.
Are you attempting to draw what you're walking on?
Always.
Let me pop back over. Much bigger chunk of rock. But yeah, you guys are basically here.
Whoa.
As it almost seems to fill up the bowl. Like there is probably a 250-foot, like about the length of the bridge gap from where you're standing to the rock. But the rock just seems to be, yeah, there you go. That's a lot better, yeah. It almost seems like a small... It
Does it
almost
go
seems like
higher than the top of the mountain?
it's a cone, and it seems to hide behind the top of the mountain. So it almost seems like a floating mountain in itself.
Whoa.
So if you were to put like a triangle or something in that space, that would be about accurate.
It's selecting. I'm on the draw tool.
Huh?
Yeah.
Why are you doing this?
I'm not moving the bridge at the moment, but there you go.
Broke something. Oh. Can't unselect this.
You try
there we go.
right-clicking. Yeah.
upside down or no? Right side up?
It is right side up. Basically. Yep, that is more or less what you were looking at. Though, I don't want you to have to actually redraw it, but Tillamook itself seems to extend to almost match its height. Like this thing is hiding in the nestled bowl. But it seems like there is no further ascent to go without literally just starting to climb up the mountain itself with like some climbing gear. As... Indeed. Looking at this strange floating chunk of rock, it's jagged and there are large protrusions coming out of the side. It seems like this, I said it was like kind of mountain shaped, but I guess more apt would be like a really rough teardrop. So same general premise, but not, flared bottom, but I was just mostly thinking the fact that it's wider at the bottom and, gets skinnier at the top. As, yeah, there you go. You redid it. All right, fine. Good enough. As, yeah, it's like a giant floating teardrop. These jagged spikes of rock coming out of the sides of it. And you can see this bridge crossing over this open, sort of mist-filled void. Has a face at the end.
Oh.
Like a large, closed, shut face. Like that of a dead man. Massive in size, and you can see what looks like a ridge of teeth. And then a jaw inside of a jaw. Another ridge of teeth. And then one final jaw inside of a jaw that seems to make this opening.
I don't like it.
This is what you see.
Whoa.
Hey.
Oh, that's epic.
Can see the rest of the Mithril Mountains finally unhidden from the blizzard to your far left, the end of your path, and this lone solitary bridge into the resting place of the dead, into this necropolis at Tillamook.
Well,
This
I
is
guess
it.
the only way to go is forward.
So it seems.
Inferior takes a step forward.
Pushing
Gotta cross this
forward.
bridge.
Crossing across the bridge, you are bracing yourself perhaps for an errant gust of wind, something to make you feel truly uncomfortable, even with about 20 feet of stone to either side of you as you walk down the middle. It does not come. The closer you get to this, the more still the air becomes. The chill upon it is not like that of air and weather. It is that strange, unnatural feeling that you felt resting beside that river. When the undead came to rest on the mountain, there is just this unsettling feeling to it. And pushing into the necropolis itself, that feeling returns. Though there is no howl, no scrape of metal, that feeling persists. As, taking a bit of time to cross the bridge itself, you enter into this teardrop, and as you do, the light from the day is cut off from you. It is not closed. The mouth has not sealed you in. You can turn around and see there's all that blue light. There's the bridge you just walked on. Nothing has changed. But it is pitch dark inside of this floating teardrop. Makes you quickly relight your lantern, I presume, providing a bit of light to your allies. And as you do, as you light this lantern, you realize you have walked into a cavern inside of this teardrop. And this bridge continues and continues and continues. Another 2 minutes or so, another 200 feet, and that bridge finally stops. It comes to a resting point and almost seems to fan out in a weird sort of way into a large arch. And from that arch, it seems you can look to your right and your left, and a little bit of deduction, some looking around. It connects to the interior walls of this teardrop. You are now 200 feet in, and stone seems to fan out from you for about 50 feet or so before it breaks into 1, 2, 3 more bridges. But looking further ahead, squinting into the dark, you can see the first bridge and the second are broken, cracked, and falling apart. It is only the southernmost third bridge that seems to be intact.
Uh-oh.
As I presume you continue on, stepping through the dark,
Yes.
the empty air, the blackness beneath you, look down, and you can't see the bottom.
Yeah, likey.
You try to shine light on it, and you realize you can't see the bottom because there just seems to be mist all the way at the bottom.
Me no likey.
But
Right,
finally,
don't fall off, I guess.
that bridge comes to another stopping point. The middle of this teardrop, isolated away from the entrance, it almost seems like an egg inside of an egg. A strange sort of dwarven toy. Doll inside of a doll. A large stone city floating inside of this floating teardrop. And beneath this city, sort of taking it in, your immediate assessment, about 2/3 the size of Astoria.
Wow.
Didn't quite get the bridges right, but that's all right. It's fine. Let's see.
What are the bridges like again?
Okay, so you have a single bridge. It comes in, right? And that bridge goes by itself for about 200 feet. Then it comes to a long arch, like a U, right? Think like a mushroom. And then from that mushroom cap, like a W, like 3 bridges like this, like 3 fingers going straight across. Yeah, there you go.
That's ugly. There you go.
Yeah.
Okay.
And let me see here. Yeah. Entering into this place, you finally see this necropolis before you. It is awe-inspiring in both its size, and as you get closer and closer, the light sort of shafting from your lantern and your torch, only faintly sort of reaching across the bridge as you have about 100 feet left to go before you're actually on the necropolis itself. Ice and snow seem to somehow coat the inside of this thing. It's sort of brushed up against the floating rock that you're walking towards. And you can see magnificent pillars and statues all dotting across the opening landscape, though they seem to be in states of disarray, like they've been knocked over or like pushed over or just broken down by time. It is strange. Sophia, you're the first to notice it. It's been a sort of a subtle thing, but as you have moved through this mountain, passing past the gates of the dead, there have been ever so slight disturbances that you have to make, just moving through that edict. And very subtly, softly, quietly, that edict has corrected those changes, washed away and suppressed. It seemed like footprints here and there, tracks that you all left, seemingly swallowed up by that edict. Though strangely enough, Inferior, you will recall the tracks of Boreas, leaving quite the impression. But now, as you pass into the necropolis, a slight bit of stone moved to the side. You can hear it scrape against in the silence, and you don't hear the scrape of it moving back. As you quickly deduce that you have passed beyond the bounds of that edict.
Well, the city here is not preserved. Interesting.
That's unsettling. Because why wasn't it?
At the foot of this rock where you're walking towards, as you get closer and closer, you see these pillars. They're standing on their own, and you notice other pillars and structures embedded into the rock itself. These have the looks of mausoleums, stone structures made to inter the dead. You see a number of them dotting the lower levels of this rock. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, almost a dozen as you sort of quickly scan this short and small horizon you're walking towards. And it seems like these civilian structures, this like sort of cityscape, is built into the rock as well, above the mausoleum. You can see a rising zigzag path that takes you past all of the mausoleums and tombs and up into the ruins of this small city, as though the city itself was built upon the mausoleums, built upon the dead.
Dang.
It's like a big ass mound with stuff built into the side of it.
Yes, not resting on top like some iconic fantasy city. It seems like it's all sort of jutting out from the face of the city itself, from the rock itself. So you have the bridge, you have mausoleums, you have a few more mausoleums, and then buildings that look like they have been pulled out of the rock and stuck onto the face, as opposed to like a proper like flattened ground and city structure on top. And sort of to correct myself, the town you're seeing in front of you, these civilian structures, are about a third the size of Astoria. And if you include all of the settlements and structures and small sort of townships you have passed on your ascent, once you sort of pass into where people actually were like living, it would combine together to be about the size of Astoria, or about half the size of Astoria altogether.
Okay.
A strange...
Assuming these like streets actually circle all the way around it.
It's sort of hard to tell, but that's a safe assumption to make. It definitely seems like after a certain point in the ascent, the ruins of that civilian structure just seem to sort of block the path. It seems like there was maybe natural events, unnatural events, you don't know, but it looks like stone and rubble and the like of some of these buildings collapsing onto this zigzag path have blocked it in parts. It seems like the city itself is a scattered ruin, but you can identify buildings in it just by looking at it.
They warned us not to disturb the tombs that were on the way into the city, and now I guess I understand what they mean. This is a haunting place.
As your feet crunch through frost and snow on this bridge, you finally notice one final thing, which is perfect. I guess you can stick it on your little thing there on the far right. A large structure, one that seems to rise 1, 2, 3 levels up. A large pyramid stuck on the far right-hand side of this rise. A final mausoleum, pillars surrounding the base of it. It is, it's not actually 3 rises up, it goes up 3 rises in height. It's very tall. So it'd be on the bottommost layer, but if you were to stand on the very top of it, you could look at the 3rd layer, I suppose. Yeah, just like that. Perfect. As you push forward, you see something at the end of the bridge. This whole necropolis has been sort of distracting in a way because what the fuck? But you see this lone robed figure at the end of the bridge. What are you doing?
Oh.
The layers do not like drawing, so you've got to move everything out of the way if there's stuff underneath it. You cannot up and down layers.
White cloth blending with the snow. Dark brown hair. And a cheery disposition contrasting the dreary atmosphere, as with the bite and crunch of a golden apple, Cta, the goddess of music, turns to greet you at the end of the bridge.
That's where you got off to.
Have you been waiting here the entire time?
Well, I am rather quick on my feet, and I needed a bit of a break.
I don't blame you, I need one too. Unfortunately, we couldn't take one.
So it seems, as with a simple flutter, Kiki flies away from Theamos over to her before vanishing in a soft little burst of pale golden light. As you all exchange a bit of pleasantries and Cta begins to move towards you across the bridge, getting about 20 feet or so. Put you there.
I'm a little hesitant to believe this is actually Cta, TBH.
That's a fair assessment. You never know. Oh my
Yeah.
goodness gracious.
Nyx
Thank you
is-
guys for the raid. Holy shit.
Holy shit.
To the north, a strange confluence of light ripples gently like a breeze-brushed pond. As what?
Oh, when I said that, I meant that as Nyx. Nyx isn't certain if this is Cta. Can I insight check her? Can I magic vision? Something. I'm not entirely convinced.
Put my peepers on her.
Yeah.
You did, I will say this, you did just watch Kiki fly towards her and then disappear into a puff of golden light. Her strange sort of messenger bird.
Exactly.
So like to
Okay.
counteract her initial impression of like her just like, oh hey, what's up guys? Crunch apple, and then, you know, Kiki doesn't freak out. She just flies towards her and disappears.
I've watched enough movies, Jordan. If you eat an apple, you're an asshole. So she's an asshole now.
I've seen
They just eat
Grimm's
an apple.
Adventures of Billy and Mandy, alright? Attractive bitch bites into the apple. She's up to evil shit.
Yep.
Oh god.
If you eat an apple, you're evil. That's how movies work.
Wait, but is it a red apple or a green apple?
It's
I don't
a
think it matters.
golden apple.
Oh,
And
right!
And that's what Eris bit into. All the pop culture references. So yeah. Alright. Paranoia's been settled down.
For now.
Carry on.
As that strange confluence of light to the north ripples out like a breeze-brushed pond. And with a purposeful gait, almost like the movement of a jellyfish, this field of light begins to push itself southward towards you and the bridge. As I will bring you on over, and you guys can place yourselves on the
we get to see it.
bridge.
Oh, okay. Wait, it's on like the top. Wait, no.
Big old glowy
Oh,
boy
that's
up
the
there.
light. And
Yeah,
this
that's
is
the light, and
I
that's you guys on the bridge.
I see. Come on, Imperia.
And you can see with just a
Iris.
very
Actually,
soft
I'm not
glow,
I'm not
Kira
gonna pull
making her
Iris
way.
out until
Yeah.
we.
Iris is still a nice little
Boy.
frozen swan statue.
Yeah, in baby carrier, so he's gonna stay off the map until we.
Did I do something on my end, or is Snap actually turned off?
Snap is actually turned off on this map.
Oh, Snap.
Oh,
I mean, oh, not Snap.
oh, not.
Exactly. Yes, put Atreus there as well, because Peter is AFK, it seems.
Yeah, he has the little I stepped away door.
As
Yeah, turned off.
indeed, pushing forward, Kira continues walking towards you guys, and this field of light, with just like a pushes down south from this strange pyramid that it seems to be lighting up here as well. That's the large structure that I was describing up to the north. So I'll bring you back down here. Seems to slowly but surely drift to the south to you all.
I don't know how I feel about this.
As you all have a
Well,
bit of
there's-
time, it seems to be slow, but it's purposeful.
There's no torches and lanterns in the torches and lanterns and mounts section.
Oh, do you not have a torch?
Nope.
I got you. We can just right-click on you and then click the little fire icon, and oh, look at that, you got a torch.
Oh, look at that.
Do I?
Yeah.
I just have a lantern.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Your light is
Oh,
small.
see?
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Nyx just has a special effect going on.
Yeah, the lantern is very bright. The torch provides the light as well, but it's a much softer one.
Yeah, so if I turn down my my hood for the lantern, it goes down to like torch levels.
Nope.
As Kira walks up to you, Nyx. I am glad you're still with us, Nyx.
She almost
As
was.
am I. I
I had a
presume.
feeling your story wasn't over in that moment.
I presume your canaries caught you up with what it is we learned from that incident.
Incident.
Yes. Kiki, so aptly named, carried the information I needed.
Wonderful. Saves me the trouble of having to repeat it.
Is
Can
there
we-
something to be known, or are you simply returning to your role as observer?
Unfortunately, there is not a lot to be known. Though I had any questions for my old friend. She sort of glances a look to her immediate left towards the slowly floating towards a field of light.
Oh, are we finally going to address that light?
That is Damon.
I
When it
see.
comes to Greenhouse.
That he does. It
Free
is
to
his
ask.
duty.
Yes. Mount Mercy told us that he would ask for payment.
He slowly
One,
backs away.
one token of the Dragon Lords.
Those ancient coins. I certainly hope you still have it.
Of course I do. And Fury kind of puts her hand in her little belt pouch. She doesn't take it out yet, but she worries it, kind of like a worry stone. She rubs it.
And each of you have your own coins, right?
No. We've only acquired the one.
Sophia, how do you react to that statement?
Brendan reacts and they, what? I've got gold coins for going to the afterlife. I don't think that's what you meant, though.
The burnished Dragon Lord coins. The coin that you have one of that you found in the Mithril Forge.
I'm the one that has that one.
You
I'm
all
gonna
don't
go
have
with
a coin each?
I'm gonna go with you missed me on that one, fam.
No, we found one in the Mithril Forge.
As Kira sort of looks across the group of you, watching your reactions, gauging to see if there's any sort of panic or a last-minute check of your things or dismay before
Kira,
finally...
if this is a prank, I will throw you off this bridge.
I just thought something to break the tension.
We have been traveling for weeks, Kira. If you tell us we are here without the necessary components, I will throw you off this bridge with no remorse.
All right. I just wanted to lighten the mood. You've reached it. You've reached the necropolis.
We've reached the necropolis.
I mean,
believe it.
I thought it was a better idea than my other idea, all right?
Oh dear. I don't even want to know what it was.
Damon was cross with me at the notion, but I thought it would have been funny.
I don't even want to know. Yeah, I do want to know, but I do.
You don't want to know. As Kira just sort of like scoots up to you and sort of pokes at your side. Come on, you don't want to know. It would have been hilarious.
I'm glad you didn't do it, but my curiosity is piqued. Oh, here's Damon.
It seems that Spock's given you a newfound burst of energy.
Oh, well, that's great. Of course, I feel wonderful, and I felt rather wonderful before as well, but just... You all have been through a lot, and making it this far is, well, normally not as difficult as it was this time. But you did it.
Yes, we have done it.
In mere moments, this field of light stops at the far side of the bridge, and it builds at the center, brighter and brighter, into this pale blue-green orb. And from that orb, a tattered black cloak flows and billows outwards, followed by a pale white hand gripping the top of a strange series of shapes, held much like a lantern. Tight black clothing clings to cover this strange figure's ethereal frame, and a strange shadowy emptiness obscures its face. Golden runes traced along the hems of the cloak, and finally, that sphere condenses, down into that strange series of shapes, a small little orb that seems to be the source of that ethereal light. As that cloak billows again, and the second hand joins the first, extended outward, palm facing down, as though waiting some form of payment.
Inferior.
I know.
This is what you see.
Oh, interesting.
Hey, friendo.
Oh, I like him.
Kind of terrifying.
Silently
One but
floating there.
2 lanterns.
Imperious sighs, pulls the coin out of her pouch, kind of looks at it, rubs it a little bit with both thumbs, takes a deep breath, and then steps forward. I assume this is the payment you seek. Holds it out in her palm.
Silence for a few moments. That it is. As this raspy voice billows forward from this strange series of cloaks and this soft, glowing lantern.
This coin will buy payment for my entire party to pass into the necropolis and face Xander's challenge.
That it will.
Very well. She comes forward and holds out the coin.
Inferior. As you move closer and closer to this strange figure, you have fought a number of undead on this mountain. A number of powerful undead. Those who call upon strange magics and twist steel and inflict harm and terrify the living. And this thing, Damon, this entity, is strange and otherworldly and obviously undead. But it's a nice break, it almost feels like, from the things you fought thus far. There is no hostility. There is no threat, no calls to vengeance, no strange, twisted, unfinished business. It's almost like approaching a really odd sort of merchant. It's decidedly neutral. The hand sits waiting expectantly before taking the coin as you reach up to place it. A solid hand, nothing ethereal, just white without color, not rotted, but just unliving.
That's refreshing. You're not trying to kill me.
You have paid your due. What is your name?
I'm Inferior of the Amazons of Themis.
I know you already. Kira, goddess of music. What of the rest of you?
I am Nyx, Starlit Priest.
Atreus.
Devourer of sandwiches.
This computer noped out on him.
Oh
Oh,
no.
did it explode?
Yeah.
He put a picture in the Discord chat.
It's not even Blue Skater Death, it's just whatever the fuck that
It's
is.
just a loading. Fuck.
No!
Sophia Achromaticos.
as you see this lantern at his side sort of lift up Inferior and sort of shine past you. And this light sort of condenses a bit more solid and almost spotlights you, Sophia. It continues to emanate all around you in this bubble, but there is a noticeable increase in brightness. Interesting. May I know many things, but yes. May I speak to your mind?
Oh.
Well,
Oh.
I was told that I would come here seeking answers, and I would find them. So if answers you have, I am willing.
What of the rest of you? May I speak to your mind?
You may.
Sure, I guess. I have no objections.
No!
I appreciate the courtesy.
Like your voice is very tired.
That it is. You hear in your mind.
Oh. Inferior kind of shakes her head. That's very strange.
Simple, curt, neutral. Not quite without emotion, but purposeful with each and every syllable.
That's a refreshing change.
I bet it is. This one's
You
not
may-
trying to kill us.
It is funny. For I must issue you a simple warning.
Of course.
As he starts to float and turning away.
I will now try to kill you.
Death awaits any who would desecrate the great warriors within these tombs.
Yes, it should.
This place is noticeably large. This large spread of pillars and columns that Damon seems to be walking or floating towards, rather, seems to be mostly intact, save for a few ruined ones. And you notice, even as you pass, you can see to your south a tomb there. Wrapped in stone on its frame, with 4 pillars in front of it, and what looks like, as your light passes over it, a single sheet or chunk of ice? No. Some sort of crystal.
Oh. Hello. Interesting.
You have come to face the challenge of Xander.
As we must. Indeed.
Kira has explained a few things to me, but there are a few things I must prepare. Come with me, if you would.
Very well.
I was saying I'm stepping away again. I thought I'm okay. Whatever.
Welcome
I
back.
forced my computer to stop updating by restarting it like 5 times.
Ooh.
Turn off auto
I am a
update.
tech god. It doesn't work.
Oh no.
It doesn't work. It still updates. I am
Good
a
luck.
god. I have restarted my computer like 5 times to force it to not update. Please forward any
job.
tech-related questions to me.
I am proud of you.
I will tell you to turn it off and on 5 times. It will work. Where are we?
We have met. We entered the necropolis. We've met Damon.
Oh, actually here.
Yeah. We've met Damon. We've given him payment, and we reunited with Kira. And presumably, we are about to go into Xander's challenge.
Well, he said he has to prepare.
Where
a couple
am I?
things. Ah, come back.
Where
We're
are
kind of-
you?
We're far up on the map. We're like in the middle of the map.
Find the
We're
I
light.
see that, but I don't see like the tokens.
There's 2 of you now. Oh,
I pulled myself because I didn't see anything. I like
Oh.
see the lights when you guys move. It's like right here or something, right?
These hero tokens now that you pulled
Yeah,
yourself
you're.
out.
That's where that you're on Kira right now. What you're selected right now.
Really? 'Cause I don't see it.
Oh,
Try refreshing.
I'm here.
We had like some weirdness earlier.
We're following Damon because he said he has to prepare some things.
I do not own any tokens with vision in this scene.
Ooh.
There's your problem.
Is the whole screen black for you now?
No. I can still see these portions. Down here. No, I can see my token. Can't see anything, though.
It's alright, it's not super duper important. Here's what Damon looks like though. Hopefully this will show to you.
Okay. Guess he kills us.
No, this one does not want to kill us. This
No,
one is
not yet.
neutral.
Oh yeah, and he's speaking through
Yes.
us. He's speaking to us telepathically.
He asked permission first.
We
he
consented
did.
for you.
Oh, you
As-
consented in my seed because I was unconscious. Unconscious is consenting, huh?
No, don't say that. Don't say that.
Understood.
No,
Got it.
No!
As
I'll begin writing my apology video now.
oh god. As led across the terrain, past an array of tombs and underneath the ruins of this small town jutting from the stone, you're brought to this massive tomb. It seems to dwarf all others in the necropolis. It is a pristine white mausoleum supported by immense serpentine pillars. And as you draw closer, you realize that these pillars are actually statues that have been carved in the shapes of dragons. As Damon continues forward, entering in.
Imperial has a moment where she like almost walks off the edge because she's looking at the dragons, not where
Yeah,
she's
Nick's-
walking.
Nyx grabs the hand of the wandering youngling and pulls her back away from the edge.
As you enter in, Inferior, you are perhaps the most emotionally struck by it. You see a very, very, very large dragon. Well, the bones of one.
Inferior legit tears up.
Large skeleton. It seems preserved in this massive mausoleum with the slightest streaks of what look like mercurial silver etched into its bones. A large skull with the very soft, dull glow of light just where its eyes should be, and a missing horn. I have brought you to the final rest of Balmaitria. Xander's dragon. For two reasons. It is from here that I must conduct business. One of you is more than they realize. So much more, in fact, that they cannot enter the challenge of Xander.
Oh.
I cannot explain much, for it is the secret of the challenge itself. But you, nephew of Kira, son of Pythor, Theamos, there is someone who I must bring you to. Your grandfather wishes to speak with you.
To me.
And you, Alba, I believe the name was. You can pass along your report to the Oracle, along with a note from Kira. You hear the shuffle of paper and parchment as Kira does in fact pass a small scroll to Alba. I will send you on your way. You have done your duty and seen your charge to their destination. As Damon raises a hand, and Alba, with a soft curtsy, wishes you all the best of luck with your challenge. And hopefully, you'll meet again. As in a flash of light, she's gone.
That was impressive.
I thank you. Though I am concerned. This challenge has not been bested in 500 years. All who have risen to the occasion have, in their final moments, succumbed. And now, your number dwindles.
Mm.
I
However-
cannot... Oh, go ahead.
However, we don't have the option to fail. We are not succeeding for the sake of succeeding, we are succeeding for the sake of Thylea. And I think that gives us just a little more motivation.
I certainly hope so. The magic I need to use to take Theamos where he needs to go requires that I go with him. But before I do, Sophia, would you step forward?
Shoves her way the group.
To the rest of you, Xander's challenge will be ready for you to face in 2 days' time. I will speak with Sophia in private. What she decides to speak to you will be of her own will, but I will not force these things upon each of you.
Interesting.
I will advise you of this. See the tombs of those who have come before, of the Dragon Lords. Perhaps you will be able to aid her in her mission, if she so chooses it. Or just relax for the first time in a week. As Kira just decidedly steps away from the tomb and back outside and just takes a seat. And you just hear like the scratch of quill on more parchment. As Theamos just sort of steps up and takes in the bones of Bal Maitria, and Damon seems to focus his attention on you, Sophia, though it seems now a silent conversation passes between the two of them. Just let me know if any of the rest of you are going to do anything before I speak with Sophia.
Furia is going to take just a couple of steps forward. You know, like when you're in a museum and you want to get a little closer to it, but it's so awe-inspiring, you don't want to get too close. Kind of having one of those moments and just like stares and cries.
Nyx is just going to try to absorb Sophia's face in hopes of somehow having, I don't know, perhaps she'll react to something.
Ooh, that'll be fun. All right.
Yeah. Because Nyx doesn't like the idea of...
Starts vomiting just all over the place.
Oh, I got this. We've been binging House. It's lupus.
It's
Well-
never lupus. What of you, Atreus? Do you do anything in particular?
I guess Atreus just tries to process what just happened.
Mood.
That's fair. As Sophia. You have ventured to a place none of the other followers of Our Lady have, to my recollection, attempted. You have faced hardships unlike any other would-be challengers have previously. Tell me, if you would, what have you reckoned with thus far, and how have you seen it?
You speak of Our Lady. You mean mine. Have you also heard her voice?
Through the teachings of my master.
So you listen to our words. And through us, huh? Not of our blood, but someone who will listen. Student.
The perfect word.
Yeah, next you can actually see a bit of a smile on Sophia's face. It is good to know that those have listened at times. What I have faced, our family lived on, I'm assuming, past your time, and as you have seen the world of late, which, from what I hear, is doubtful. The Acromaticos family followed the word of the moth and found a place in the world. Our teachings still mocked, mostly. But the only way to get those to listen, it seemed, was to be important in this world, and so that is what my family has strived for. To become a voice that cannot be ignored. Although it seems like many have simply listened to placate and not to learn. I was to lead my family, and for a while, her voice rang true in my ears, until it started to fade. And for the last years, I have not heard a single word. Got word that the Oracle could tell me, or lead me on a path to listen to her voice again. I found the other chosen, although an oath to bind us seemed ill-advised. I did not take it, although the others did. Some have fallen, and with Theamos, it seemed like others are destined to be taken away, so the oath, I can still only hope it was not a mistake. Skip it. We have fought divine beasts to gain sparks. We have put an end to curses upon the land brought about by servants, most likely summoned by the Titans. We have reclaimed the forge from more death and decay that was left there, and we have traveled here. What I have learned from it all, that the chosen before you are no different than those that came before. Some are victorious, some are not. The chosen is not an armor to be worn, it is a weight. It may harbin our end, but it is yet to be seen. All I know is that since the time I lost the voice, many have sought me as the cause, and I do not know if they are right or not. So I have walked forward to find a cure, an end to this curse, the loss of the voice. I have tried countless things, and all have ended in failure. Those that I have hired and thought themselves righteous have fallen through the tasks I gave them. We, some of the chosen, two have fallen so far. One not to be returned, it seems. So all I know is a single path before me. You, Miss Necropolis, this promise of the Oracle. It is words with no substance, but the further I walk, stranger everything becomes. Which for me, I suppose, is a good sign. For everything else I have sought has ended in dead ends. Corpses and abandonment, even treachery. All I can do is put my hope in this. But if you are her student, you know. There are things only she can know. Only those above can know. So this all might be fooling. If she would tell me otherwise, I would stop. But without her voice, I can only do what I can. Folly.
Folly. Interesting. A steely sense of determination or an adherence to duty. You do not strike me as someone who would move through blind faith. Though your circumstances have forced such a journey upon you, it seems.
Many accuse us of blind faith. We ourselves believe it. For we seek to see something that we cannot. But we also see the value in such a thing. I have blind faith, but it has also borne fruit.
It can. It can. You have faced many challenges. And though you have lost allies along this journey and suffered setbacks, it seems you have persisted. You have been able to overcome such challenges.
Even if all the other chosen fall, even if our venture ends in failure, it will simply be one more. I will find others, and I will walk forward again if I am able. What I seek, as you know, the knowledge that seems to be locked away is far greater than this. Yes. Next, you can see Sophia just sort of wave her hand, it seems like gesturing towards the rest of the group as she looks up at this guy.
You know that you cannot. No. I will save that assessment for when I return. Your ears have been deaf to the words of Our Lady since you have started this journey. But what of Nil Ramona? Has she reached out to you? Have you heard her voice?
Does that name mean anything to me?
I've been
Hey, I
kind of
spelled it right.
using. You did. I've been kind of using this in this way. You give me an investigation check to see if you can reason this name, because in terms of history, or you can give me a history check. It'd be a harder DC, but you can give me either or, your choice: investigation or history.
About the same, so I'll do the easier one. 27.
Ooh, 27. Ooh, 19. So dang close. As think for a moment, you sort of try to recall what you've been through, use the context of what he said. Since you've started this journey, you have said you have not heard the words of Our Lady. What of Nil Ramana? Has she reached out to you? And you have an inkling of an idea. That
Oh, that's right.
woman,
We switched genders, didn't we?
we did, of
Fuck. I still picture him as a dude in my mind. I don't know why.
the person guarding her, traveling with her. Your lady's right hand, it seems.
Oh, man. I do,
What's up?
but it was so long ago in real world time that I don't remember what it was.
Oh, the what? I think I did. I
I
think
have
I
a
did
vision or something. I don't. Fuck.
I think I did a favor for you and gave it to you, actually. But it might be lost to the sands of time. But he's not
These things that
does-
happened 6 months ago. Oh man.
I know.
I don't know.
You want me to consult my archives?
If you want to.
Ancestor.
See if you recall. It's also in the player notes section, I believe. It is underneath the story folder, player notes.
Story. Player notes.
A vision of endless black and infinite white.
God, there's so much here.
There is.
Oh fuck.
But
Jordan, why?
But it does not seem he is asking for any details, simply whether or not you have heard her voice.
I don't remember if I did or not. I guess I did, right?
Yeah, that was the voice you heard through that vision. The person speaking to you.
I think I did. Like a whisper from the past. A letter into the future to reach me. It seemed from a time past and yet present.
Hmm.
You speak of, when my ancestor and the first student.
My teacher. My master. To whom I have been a faithful apprentice. Even as the centuries pass. Ramona entrusted something to me before she left Thylea to be with Our Lady wherever she is needed. I am to grant it to a follower who truly accepts what it means to be a Dragon Lord. One who has completed the challenge of Xander in full. You hear this sort of, you hear a mental sigh, like someone who is tired and is confronted with the almost illogic of a notion or something that is frustrating to him. But the dial runs perilously close to midnight, Akramatikos. In 500 years, her lineage has not sought out answers on their own, not truly. It has been the moth's silence that has finally forced the hand and moved the first pieces across the board. I hear of your accomplishments thus far from both yourself and from our wonderful, unamusing muse. And I am not bound by oath to hold on to what was given. I wish to grant it to you now, before the challenge, because I do not think we will have another chance. There are no whispers on the winds, no songs of great heroes building their strength, sharpening their potential. It is your lone group. But I wish to know I am making the right choice, placing my faith in you, Sophia. Like the pale moon moth, And it seems like Nil Ramona has thus far. Firstly, I will posit you this, as there almost seems to be a shift in Damon's posture. You notice the lantern gets settled onto the ground, and he almost moves his arms to cross them in front of himself. A defensive posture. You especially would notice this, Nyx, with your extremely high passive insight, as he almost seems to lean against this large pillar supporting the mausoleum, casually. But at the same time, like, all the cards are in his hand, like he has all the power. There is a degree of arrogance to it. And Sophia, you are under the impression immediately, combined with his words, that you were being tested. Much in the same way that your friendly and supportive tutor back in Mitros would posit you philosophical questions. It seems it is a long lineage, that line of thought. But you are not questioned with philosophy. You are questioned with duty. Should you accomplish the rarest accomplishment, and best, the first two challenges, you will be faced with a third and final. I can give no detail, other than you will be granted enlightenment, should you make it that far. But with knowledge such as this, there is always a cost. In this case, a heavy cost. A burden of the new Dragon Lords. Unlike anything to come before it, you have referred to your title, the Chosen Ones, as being like a weight. This is true. It is a weight. You shoulder the responsibility. But this is in addition to that. An oath. One that does not supersede the wishes of Our Lady, but instead enables them. It is through carrying this burden you will be capable of seeing her wishes brought into reality. Can you make such a commitment before being granted this knowledge?
Sophia's eyes have sort of, from very early on, from him speaking into her mind, this last little roundabout of monologue from him, from the third or fourth sentence, her eyes have just sort of started to go wide and dart back and forth as she's just trying to think. And as he gets to the point of asking, she's willing to take up this burden. Of course, if she deems it, of course, but are you saying that she wished for this? The silence. You're saying I'm being tested. Like her Acromaticos family is being tested by her in her silence. Is that what you're telling me?
I suppose in a way you are being tested. Though I have not heard from Nil Ramona that this silence is something she has chosen. An involuntary test, it seems. A coincidence that has finally spurred her bloodline into motion.
You see the tears were starting to well up in the corners of her eyes as she looked up at this strange creature, sort of Nix, you can actually almost see, it looks like Sophia de-ages like 5 years. It almost looks like she's looking up at this, like a child looks up at her father. And then her already gray skin goes pale. She squints her eyes and you can see her fists clench. No closer then. Any burden, any task, any sacrifice. I'm here because of it. I will do what has to be done to reclaim her voice. Even at the end, if it means she does not wish for us to hear her any longer, at least we all know. Yes, I'll take up the mantle of Dragonborn if I have to. I will do what I have to do. Sophia just sort of shakes her head and wipes a tear out of the right side of her face, just sort of wiping across her face. What do I have to do next?
What you set out here to do. Face Xander's challenge. Reach the third challenge. And do not deny Xander his oath. There is nothing more I can speak of this until you reach that point.
Understood.
Secondly, and finally, there is a lesson in these hollowed halls and tombs. One etched into its very stone. The lives of the Dragon Lords here have not been altered. You will see them as they were in life. I wish for you to glean what you can, take in what there is, and tell me what you see. And I can see if you've learned from our history, or if perhaps you are doomed to repeat it. But I am sure you have learned. There are times when many minds can be better than one. And you have many minds with you, though I will be taking one. I will be back in 2 days' time to open the way to Xander's challenge and receive your answers. See what you have learned. Should it suffice, I will grant you Nil Ramina's tome.
Understood. Sophia seems to have just completely locked back into that somewhat emotionless state that more accustomed to.
I sense you hear for the first time in about, let's say 25 minutes, Damon's voice reach all of your minds once again. I sense magic that does not belong. Something not of Thylea. A relic, perhaps. Something simple.
We picked up a blade on the way here. Born to a creature whose name did not fit with the normalities of our lands. I thought it strange at the time. Because I'll look to Atreus, and once we did just put it in the bag, then I'll start to pull it out of the bag.
I think it went in the bag because he didn't have any attunement slots left.
I guess the Atreus would still keep it on him because, push comes to shove. It's still just a +1 magical greatsword.
True.
So,
Then I'll look to Atreus.
yeah. Atreus pulls it out.
Damon extends a hand. May I use this? I need it for the magic I am to cast.
You have no vital need for it, Atreus. Unless you have a replacement.
He hands it over.
He grips it in a single hand.
While that's going on, Nyx is going to walk over to Theamos and hand him the spearhead that she trapped Trivictus's spirit in. Tell Vulcan hello for me, and she's going to give him a hug, a goodbye hug.
He is not seeing Vulcan.
Oh, wait, but he said grandfather.
Other grandpappy.
Other grandfather? Who is his other grandfather?
And slowly take the spearhead back.
Awkward.
Is that not his grandfather? Or is that another secret you cannot tell us?
I could speak his name, but it would mean nothing to you.
There's always that.
Fair enough. So I stow the spearhead away.
Theamos steps up towards Damon, says something pithy and witty.
Maybe even sexually charged a little bit.
A little sexually charged, yeah, a little horny, yeah.
As always.
As Damon begins his enchantment. Calling upon powerful magic, you can see him move his hand along the length of the blade as the runes etched into it begin to glow. And then he places that blade upon the ground between him and Theamos. Holds out a hand as though to shake it, pushing it over the length of the blade as Theamos clasps onto his hand upon the opposite side. 2 days. Prepare yourselves.
Just nod to him.
Now let us hope the All-Father is in a good mood.
All-Father?
As in a flash, Damon and Theamos are gone.
The All-Father?
Perhaps I should have demanded a name for the sake of research.
and you are left alone. Just the four of you. Kira softly whistling back and forth between her and Kiki in the silence of the necropolis. As it is 8:53 p.m. and you've been given a mission, Sophia. What do you want to do? You want to start on it tonight, or you want to call it here?
I'm probably just gonna explain it to the group first, and then I'm assuming we're gonna have a breako, a resto. So we can start it next time around. I'm assuming a whole bunch of RP looking at stuff. Don't particularly want to start at 9. But basically just tell the group.
A lot of walking up and pushing the interact button.
Yeah.
Learning, lots of learning, a lot of cutscenes, yep. A lot of Mel gonna get a hand cramp writing down notes furiously, yep.
Gave us a task of sorts. As he mentioned before, the tombs here hold memories, I suppose, of a kind. Lessons to be taught, visions of the past. And we are to study them and tell him of what we learn. I suppose the first leg of this challenge. Show if we're worthy, I suppose. There's one other thing, though. He spoke of an oath that is not to be broken. Kira. Damon spoke of Xander's oath that is to be upheld. What does he speak?
I was worried you were going to ask me that. You see, Xander's challenge was kind of, Xander, Damon, and my mom. I don't know what's inside.
Nothing.
Nope. Never been in. And of course, if you try to ask Damon, he tells you it's a big secret, and the whole point of the challenge is that you don't know what it is you're going to deal with. Blah, blah, blah. He's kind of annoying that way.
How come I feel like that Spock actually turned you back to a youth?
Look, Nyx, I am what I am. Need I remind you? The concert. I am what I am. I have embraced this, and it has been a dreary journey, hasn't it? 18 days of suffering on that bloody mountain. I'm just trying to be a bit of sunshine. I'm sorry. I can go back to just being quiet and sitting here scrawling on the parchment, and you can brood.
So you did take it. I was hoping you ferried it to Vulcan.
Why would he need it?
To be useful.
Oh, I can be useful.
Sophia just stares dead-eyed down at her as she turns to the group.
You know that youthful tears in eyes, Sophia? Yeah, that's gone.
Nope.
There's no traces of that.
Very
Sophia
gone.
has upon hearing that, Sophia has aged 10 years and
Yep.
is shooting literal daggers.
He's sitting at the
It's
bar
impressive.
with Nyx and downing whiskey and scotch.
Oh wait, hang on. Where's my haikus? Hang on, give me a moment. Where are they?
No!
So
That
we
was
are
enough
to
for
learn.
Furia to actually start paying attention a little bit.
She just sort of
Wow.
ignores Kira and turns to the group. So we are to learn of the history of those entombed here and discover the mystery of Xander's oath, so that we do not breach it, it seems. 2 days. And then Damon will return, wanting an answer.
I will refresh you in case there's a bit of a misunderstanding, just in case, because it sounds like there is.
Probably.
You need to. You are confronted with that oath, essentially as part of the 3rd challenge.
Yeah.
Just making sure you understand.
Yeah.
He's
overall, we need to figure out what the oath is so we don't fuck it up somewhere along the way.
You need to figure out what the lesson is. The oath. I mean, your experience with oaths, they're pretty fucking clear. If someone's not trying to bamboozle you, he wants you to figure out what the lesson here is in the history of the Dragon Lords. The oath, if you're willing to accept it as part of the 3rd challenge, will probably be pretty well explained to you.
Oh, so it's an oath we need to take, not an oath that's in place.
Yeah,
Correct.
I think he was trying to say.
It's a burden. That's why I'm saying you have to take on the burden of the new Dragon Lords.
Okay.
That's what I was clarifying.
Like
There
it's
is
an
an
oath.
oath of the Dragon Lords, isn't there?
There's the oath of the Dragon Lords, and that's
with a dragon.
Oath, to make with a dragon. The oath of the new Dragon Lord, Xander's oath. The thing he's referring to is, it seems, that final a part of that final test.
Okay. Makes more sense.
There you go. There's your haiku for this moment. You're
That's
welcome.
why he was careful to clarify that taking that oath would only help your lady. Well, our lady, I guess.
It's halal. Taking the oath is halal.
Oh, right.
It's kosher.
My lord. Oh my lord.
We have time until the day is over. Shall we start? That is Sophia asking, not Brendan. Brendan is asking, is at the end of the session. But are we having a long rest now, or are we going to start next session not long rested?
We might as well get started a little bit. Maybe whatever seems nonsensical now would make a lot more sense when we come back to it in the morning.
As you say that, you are standing in the tomb of Balmaitria, and it is not just a simple dragon sitting in the middle of it. There are large and expansive mosaics all along the interior of it. Something that I am sure, after Inferior clears her eyes, you might have taken in. As just so you know. Yeah.
Staring intently at this room for the entirety of the last 30 minutes.
Wakey, wakey, dragon! Tell us a story!
Oh my god.
Next time around, we wake the dragon.
Nyx takes a sip from the horn of Balmatria that she keeps at her waist.
Oh my god. Syria has an aneurysm.
Do you want to know what you see in this tomb, or do you want me to save it for next week?
Oh,
Next time.
next week. I won't retain it if we do it this week.
Yeah, exactly.
Oh,
I'd like it to be fresh.
What's the date next week? Oh yeah, next week is fine.
And Nikki realizes that they might not be there.
No, next week is fine. It's the week after that I might not make it, and the week after that. There's 2 weeks in a row that I might not make it. But it's the 8th and the 15th, not
Yeah,
the
we
1st.
go into Xander's challenge without Inferior too.
No, I can probably make it. I fly in from Chicago the morning of the 8th, and so I just might be late on the 8th. And then the 15th, I have to do a leadership summit for work, and I have no idea what hours during the day it is. They will not tell me.
Well, keep me informed. We might slide the start time on the 8th back a little bit to give you time to be there for the start, because it's the big Xander's challenge. It's the big hullabaloo, so you definitely want to be there for it if you can. be. So we will come back to our wonderful Oracle's Chosen, exploring the depths of the necropolis and turning over and trying to absorb the lessons etched into its stone, painted upon its walls, the tales and journeys of the Dragon Lords in all of these little tombs. Perhaps starting with the lessons, the stories staved within the tomb of Balmaitria, the legendary, powerful dragon of Xander himself. As that is all I have got for you tonight. I know it has been a perilous and at times exhausting journey, and I want to thank you all so much for being here and being a part of it. Thank you, Paradise RPG, for the 44-person host. We love you guys. You guys are awesome. You're amazing. Thank you, Mantho, for subbing as well. You're awesome, and we love you. Feel free to join the Discord to see us chatting about the latest UA, talking about different rules we love and hate. Just, shooting the shit about D&D, TTRPGs in general, talking about our different ideas and public events and video games and all that fun stuff. And also, if you feel so inclined, feel free to follow me on Twitter at lionhead_gaming for any changes, updates to the schedule, my own inane musings out into the ether, and all that good stuff. And we are, of course, going to go ahead and share the love with someone that my wonderful wife, Mel, will pick out of our favorite friends on TTRPG Twitch. But that's all we've got for you tonight. And as always, may your dice roll 20s. You always make your saves.
Bye-bye.
Mel's kind of not going to do it. Well, get your shots anyway. Even if Mel doesn't want to say goodbye, still get your shots.
I'm sorry, I was tasked with a job, and all the normal people aren't online right now. Bye!